Greetings to one and all present here on this pleasurable morning of KJ Somaya College of Engineering's Abhiyantriki 2021. First of all, I would like to take this moment to thank our sponsor, Citius Tech, for supporting us during this amazing event. Now, I welcome the Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Sudha Gupta ma'am, and most importantly, the amazing audience. I wish a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. We are back with yet another unique, one-of-a-kind speaker session. In order to kickstart today's speaker session, I would like to call upon the man of the hour, under whose ideas Chandrayaan 1 and Mangalyaan materialized. Under his regime, did ISRO lay the foundation for the future generations of India. Please welcome the former chairman of ISRO, the recipient of Padma Shri Award and Légion of Honor from France, Shri A S Kiran Kumar sir. Hello, sir.
Hello. Namaste. Good morning.
It's truly an honor. Sir, it's truly an honor to have you here at Abhiyantriki 2021. The audience will be delighted to have you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yes, sir. ISRO has become a name that echoes in every individual's heart, from successfully placing of Mangalyaan satellite into the Martian orbit in its very first attempt to sending 104 satellites to the space in one shuttle. ISRO keeps on making and breaking several records. Now, all eyes are on the organization as it plans to send more satellites and shuttles to explore beyond Earth's orbit. Here onwards, we proceed towards paving the way for India's goal for planetary missions, which is truly a delight for all the space and technology enthusiasts present in the audience. Sir, I request you now to take over the session.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to be part of your Abhiyantriki program, which Somaya College has been conducting over the years. And it's always a very pleasurable event to get together, bring together a lot of students from across the city, and also probably you are linking them from across the state and country. So it's indeed a great opportunity for many of you to network and then understand each other, know about various developments that are happening. And I would like to take this opportunity to bring to all of you how India has actually started its work in the area of space and how it has progressed and how it is actually doing its activities even beyond the planet Earth, and then looking at deep space, etc. So probably every one of us realize that India, after it got its independence way back in 1947, we were just a fledgling democracy of 10 years when the first object was put into space by Russians. The object was known as Sputnik in 1957. And this particular event was actually an event which showcased the competitive spirit between Americans and Russians. And they're trying to showcase who is more powerful and who has got technological lead. And it is that which was driving both of them to do greater and greater, getting into the space and space technology. At that time, we had in our country a great visionary scientist, a scientist by name Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, whose birth centenary year we celebrated a year back. And it was his vision of looking at how a new technology can be utilized for the benefit of the country and for the development of the country. Probably every one of us today realize that it is only through the technological tools which have been realized by human beings based on the scientific developments and scientific concepts that human beings on the planet Earth today are able to live a life with less of physical labor, and compare with the people surviving on this planet millennia back or hundreds of years back. Today, there are a lot many facilities available to the human beings. If that has been possible, it's only because how scientific discoveries led to technological developments, and through that, many tools being made available. And Dr. Sarabhai realized that space technology is a technology which can make a huge impact for India as it keeps working towards providing greater facilities to its population and bring in better living standards. And what he did was he convinced a set of his friends in America, Russia, France, and Germany. And to them, he was able to tell that we have a unique place in Trivandrum near Tumba, which happens to be the geomagnetic equator. And if at this place, if we conduct upper atmospheric research, it will be beneficial for the entire scientific community. And with this in background, he could bring the sounding rockets in the form of kits and then got it assembled in the dilapidated church in the Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Site. And in fact, for doing this activity, he also had to convince the fishermen in that beach with the help of the priest of that church to tell them that if you vacate this place today and allow us to conduct these experiments, one day in future, India will benefit. And true to this particular promise, India was able to provide beyond 1999 onwards a information to the fishermen. See, we are all aware that we have a 7,500 kilometer long coastline, and we have lots of fishermen, millions of them, depending on their lives for catching fish in the oceans. So what ISRO was able to provide was from 1999 onwards, by making use of the satellites observing the ocean color and thermal fronts, and using this information through the chlorophyll and the food chain of the fish, identify the specific place where fisherman is assured of fish catch. This information was being disseminated from a center in Hyderabad called Indian National Center for Ocean Information System. So through this, the fishermen were provided the information and they were assured of their catch. And this alone saved to the country between 15 to 20,000 crores a year, because fishermen do not have to spend time searching for the fish and also spend extra fuel in going around the search process. To this capability, India also added a very new capability in the recent past. We are all familiar that India came up with the navigation satellite constellation. While Americans, Russians, Chinese, and Europeans came up with 24 to 32 satellite constellation for providing location information based on this navigation series, India came up with only a 7 satellite constellation for providing equivalent of GPS information to India and surrounding Indian borders up to 1,500 kilometers beyond Indian borders. For this specific zone, we were able to provide with only a 7 satellite constellation, with a small gadget, handheld, with battery operated, which can be fitted in the boat of the fisherman. And when the fisherman is in the ocean, with a mobile in his hand, the mobile not having any connectivity with the terrestrial tower, this mobile communicating with the gadget fitted in the boat through Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, actually the fisherman gets the specific knowledge about where to go for fishing in the form of a video compass, and then in the form of oral information through the mobile app. In his mother tongue, he gets information about weather vagaries, which if it's going to occur in the coming days, if the sea state roughness is going to be unbearable, or cyclonic storms are forming, heavy winds are forming, or even if he is approaching an international boundary. Many times we hear fishermen are caught by the people of the neighboring countries because they have waded into their territory. So all this is being able to be provided to the fishermen. See, now we can see a person who does not know reading or writing is able to make the maximum use of a technology of building rockets, building satellites, and through their instruments and navigation, providing specific information to a person who does not know reading or writing. So this is in a way what Dr. Sarabhai had initially visualized, that we are able to provide through space technology to the people of this country. And then in a similar manner, initially he could convince the Americans that they should allow us to borrow one of their most advanced technology satellites they were building in the early 70s. And this satellite was borrowed and moved over to the Indian longitude for about 1 year. And in that period, using something very similar to what we have today of direct to home television, direct to community television was set up by in 2,400 remote villages of our country. And when only the 4 metros in the country had the privilege of looking at broadcasting service, Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta, and then Mumbai, Delhi, Calcutta, Madras, or Chennai. And only these 4 places had the privilege of looking at television broadcast. At that time, in 1975, for 1 year, ISRO conducted this experiment and showcased to the government of India that if we have to reach out information to the entire country, and also if we have to make sure that we are able to provide telephonic connectivity, and also look at weather patterns and study cyclone formation or cloud formation, and through that provide specific information about the weather. It's only through geostationary satellite which appear stationary to us to 1/3 of the globe. And by putting a specific satellite over a longitude in India, we can cover the entire Indian subcontinent. And again, this process, you can imagine, if the alternate technology was to be used at that point of time, we are a 3.25 million square kilometer country. And if every kilometer had to be provided with one microwave tower, and through that link to the terrestrial broadcasting and reach to the entire country, not only it would have taken very many years, but also it would have resulted in huge expenditure. So when India conducted, Dr. Sarabhai convinced the government that this is the way to go, and practically demonstrated in 75 for 1 year in these 2,400 villages to the villagers, farmers, and people, telling them about health practices, farming practices, and also the people in Delhi could realize that what they are speaking in Delhi could be heard all over the country simultaneously. So it paved the way for series of INSAT satellites and also remote sensing satellites. Even here, what India did was something very notable, because the technological capability of going into space, building satellites, putting instruments, all require time and effort. And then you cannot indefinitely wait for things to happen. So what India and ISRO did was start the work simultaneously in multiple areas. In the launch vehicle technology, it started, like I said, by bringing in the sounding rockets in the form of kits. Through that process, gained some experience and started developing satellite launch vehicle, then augmented satellite launch vehicle, polar satellite launch vehicle, geostationary satellite launch vehicle, like this one set of activity on launch vehicles. Another set of activity on satellites, that is, USSR also provided opportunity to India. They said, we will launch a couple of satellites for you and also support you in building this capability. So in 1971, the activity started, and in 75, the first Indian satellite, Aryabhatta, was launched, and it was put into space by Russia. Similarly, Bhaskara 1 and 2 was actually launched in 79 and 81 by bringing in remote sensing satellite. What remote sensing can do was actually demonstrated by one of the professors, Professor Pisharotti, who actually borrowed a camera from the NASA laboratories, and it was flown over an aircraft in Kerala, and then looking in the region of coconut plantation, by looking at these cameras for that false infrared color cameras, he showed that you can identify the coconut root wilt disease. That is, a disease can be identified by taking pictures from above the land. And using such capabilities, the Indian remote sensing satellite series was started. And then in the broadcasting section, like I said, India could not afford putting three independent satellites, one for broadcast services, one for communication services, or one for weather services. So what the engineers and scientists of ISRO conceived of was, until that point of time, no such satellite existed. All of them were operating in different application domain, because complexity of the satellite becomes very huge, and it was also difficult to realize such satellites. But in spite of that, we had to adopt what is called a three-in-one technology of providing communication, broadcasting, and meteorology in one satellite. That was because we could not afford three separate launches, three separate satellites. And this complex satellite initially was built through an American company, Ford Aerospace, in the early 80s. But the second generation onwards, inside 2 series onwards, all these satellites were built within the country. So then slowly we moved into the area of launch vehicles, and then even satellite building. We got an opportunity because Arianespace, or the French company, which was actually building new launch vehicle, gave us an opportunity. They told us that we can launch a satellite for you free of cost. You can build the satellite. We will put it in our experimental launcher. You can imagine at the first launch, the success rate, whether it's going to succeed or not, is always a question mark. But then we were ready to take all opportunities available, and a satellite called Ariane Passenger Payload Experiment, Apple, was designed, and which also was like this three-in-one, having all these three capability type of thing, looking at how to build a 3-axis stabilized satellite was being done. And this was again started 70s, and towards the end of 70s. So in this manner, what Sarabhai had shown, that we need to develop the technology of space. And in this manner, India started building in all the areas parallelly, while building vehicles, building satellites. Satellite building started happening in Bangalore. Again, this also started in an industrial shed, and the first clean rooms were established there initially in the early 70s. We have among the best laboratories in the world for providing building satellites, etc. And then we also which can make use of space as an opportunity to look at Earth and look at the entire set of one on the cloud cover and the temperature and humidity profile, and using this capability. And also you will be wondering, between the areas of between the period of June to September, India is fully covered with clouds because of the monsoon season. And either you look towards the sky or from sky towards Earth, cloud cover is going to impede your observation. So you also need to see, apart from visible and infrared, you need to make observations in microwave wavelengths, where like we can see through glass in a transparent manner. Microwave signals can penetrate through the clouds and look at both what is happening on Earth or in space. And using all this data, we were able to provide to the Indian, both the government and various departments, where to do drilling for borewell for drilling and water to extract water, crop, what is the crop yield that is going to occur. So today there is a center in Delhi called Malnobis Crop Forecasting Center, which can predict or tell the government ahead of time what is going to be the yield of whether it is paddy, wheat, sugarcane, groundnut, cotton, sorghum, a host of about 11 to 12 crops ahead of harvesting. It tells the government what is going to be this year's yield. And in a similar manner, you can also visualize there are places which are not easy to access, easy to look at, whether it is on the other side of Himalayas or the large border regions. In all these places, space provides form to look at what is happening globally. And this capability has been built. And today we look at any portion of the globe in resolutions from sub-meter to in many wavelengths and multispectral, hyperspectral, microwave. In all these regions, it can provide data. And we can look at information both in time resolutions of the order of few seconds to spectral resolutions, multispectral and hyperspectral, and then in various radiometric resolutions. All this information, along with navigation capability and communication capability, make use of all this knowledge and put it in weather models and other models for various prediction activities, providing information, whether it is to the farmer or even the government for conducting both its monitoring activity and as well as planning activity. So in all this, India, starting with the sounding rockets as an experiment, started building its capability with the limited resources it had, both in terms of monetary resources, and also you can easily imagine that technology of launch vehicle, because of its dual use nature, is not something which other countries are going to share their knowledge with you easily, or you can get the technology easily. So it's only when you start demonstrating that you have a technological capability, will you be actually respected and recognized by others, but they will also be grants. And while in the initial India was doing its own activity, we were never able to do a joint mission, demonstrating that we could do program like our synthetic aperture radar, where we showed to the world that you are able to build different kinds of instruments, and also in the satellite building technology as well as launch vehicle technology, that you have an indigenous cryogenic engine. And here again, it's a very interesting story. Initially, Russians had agreed to do the technology transfer for the cryogenic engines, but then Americans made sure that the thing did not happen. And so India had to do the cryogenic technology complete development on its own. And it was definitely a boon rather than a bane, because today we have indigenous an engine which makes use of oxygen and hydrogen in liquid form, and using this two liquid form contained in stored in huge containers. You can imagine if you have to maintain the liquid in its liquid form, which is at few tens of degree Kelvin, 60, 70 degree Kelvin, etc. The amount of protection that is required from the heat in leaks that happen are quite enormous. Not only that, this liquid form of oxygen and hydrogen had to be converted to gaseous form at very high pressures and then allowed to come out through the nozzle after ignition. And that's how it provides the thrust required for taking the rocket to different heights and producing different velocity to the satellites. So in all this, going with a steady pace and one at a time developing the launch vehicle, progressively increasing our ability to put heavier and heavier objects, not only to low Earth orbit, which could be between 400 to 1,000 kilometers, or geostationary orbit, 1,000 kilometers. And to take them to these heights, you need to provide velocity to the object. And all this is done. And while all this is happening, you are also doing development of applications, reaching it out to the various departments and convincing the users. And then as you keep building these capabilities, you can easily realize that the scientists and the technologists, engineers, they need to be challenged. See, you also know the pace at which the world is changing, the technology is changing, the disruptive technologies, and what is good yesterday becomes obsolete today. So quickly you need to learn new things and make new developments.
अभी आई कैसे तो कि इनका 3:30 को भी
If that has to happen and if it has to continue, it's only possible if you challenge the people to greater and greater difficult problems. So you can visualize that the satellites, when you put into space, you need to build in them a capability to convert solar energy into electrical energy, and using this capability of controlling the satellite's orientation and controlling its different functions, all of that requires different capabilities to be built. And then all of this has to happen smaller size and weight. That means miniaturization becomes an essential thing. Today you would have been hearing that nanosatellite, and earlier we were talking of satellites of few tons in weight. And our initial satellites were all very heavy satellites. And then if that satellite size has to become small, it's only possible if you miniaturize them. Not only that, you also build enough intelligence into these satellites for taking care of problems they face when they are in space. And if they can find out problems and bring in alternate. So the process of miniaturizing the satellite in terms of weight and using less and less power, and also communicating with the satellite as the satellite keeps going further and further away from Earth, becomes new technological challenges. And this is where India started its program of Chandrayaan 1, where we had to go from a distance of 36,000 kilometers for geostationary satellites to roughly 10 times the longer distance, 360,000 or roughly 4 lakh kilometers for the moon. And that means you need to have greater capability in the launch vehicle to put the satellite with a greater velocity. And then this also we have to make sure that all this we were doing with our limited polar satellite launch vehicle, which was actually doing this function. We need to build into the satellite a greater capability and actually optimize the entire usage of that delta, what we call delta V capability. Delta V is how much velocity you can impart to the satellite by the thrusting functions of the propulsion system you built into the satellite. So if that has to happen, you need to make sure that whatever you have put into the satellite in terms of what you are carrying as the storage material, propulsion material, you should optimally utilize, and it has to be great efficiency. And you need to make use of all the sources which are available, whether it is moon itself or other planetary bodies through which you can get some gravitational force as an addition to the capability that you are building. So in Chandrayaan 1, again, we came up with a methodology of going the transfer orbit to which the polar satellite launch vehicle puts, and then gradually build up our apogee point to very close to a few lakh kilometers, and then reorient the satellite and get it captured by moon. So this process also was a novel concept, which though it existed, others were not required to go in that mode because they could build launch vehicles with a very large capacity, carrying huge amount of propulsion they could carry. So, but we, because of our limited launch vehicle capability, we were trying to maximum use of all such forces which are available. As we keep going closer to a planetary body, there are also methods by which you can get that gravitational force of those bodies to help you gain some velocity in the satellite or the object which you are taking. So in Chandrayaan 1, what was demonstrated again, see, by 2008, when we put our satellite, man had landed on the moon, a large number of probes had gone around the moon. But still, Chandrayaan 1 gets the credit for discovering presence on moon. Not only that, it gets the credit for identifying the processes which were responsible for formation of molecules. And so this was a huge, you can say, gain by in the Chandrayaan 1 mission, where India not only demonstrated that you can do these kinds of mission with your limited launch vehicle capability, but it was also a operation where we brought together many international agencies, and then we provided opportunity to other countries also to carry their payloads in our satellite. In fact, we had carried in Chandrayaan 1 instruments from 6 other nations, and among them were also the instruments which were able to pick up specific data of the moon in what is called mini or MQ moon mineralogy mapper, apart from our own set of instruments which was there. And after this Chandrayaan mission, of course, for Chandrayaan mission also, because you are traveling to a distance almost 10 times what was done earlier, you need to make sure that you have got ground stations which have antennas which are large, and then as you go farther and farther away from Earth, as the distance increases, the signal that the satellite carries needs to be more powerful, and make sure that you can properly for keeping the track of the ground location and then communicate. But after Chandrayaan 1, then the next generation was a Mars mission. And in fact, Mars mission, if you look at, is a very, very tough mission, simply because whether it take Americans or Russians, they had to go through multiple times efforts before they could actually successfully put their satellite into the Mars orbit. And then since we were doing it, of course, much later than them, while we had one advantage, and that advantage was we could actually get some information about what kind of attempts they had made, what kind of failures they had encountered, and what are the issues one encounters when you start carrying an object, what you have built on ground, keep moving towards Mars. The journey itself is almost about 9 months. The satellite, which was launched on the 5th of November 2013, the task cut out for that was it had to travel for a period of about 10 months and a distance of 600 million kilometers. That means 60 crore kilometers. And at the end of this duration and at the end of this travel, you imagine in space a 50-kilometer cube. And if this satellite were not present inside that cube on a specific day and time, that means on the 24th of September morning 7:30 a.m. to the second, if this satellite were not inside that cube, then our mission would not have been possible. It would be a failure because we could not have, in that case, ensured that we were able to maneuver and go to the correct velocities for Mars to capture this satellite. And what kind of situation could have affected this travel? 10 months of travel, even sunlight falling on the satellite, you know that radiation pressure. That means if photons fall on a surface, because of that impact, it produces a force on the panel. And this also produces a small force, micro millinewtons, depending on the surface area of the satellite and the orientation with respect to sun. Such a millinewton, micronewton force over a period of 10 months can take it away from this cube of 50 kilometers, thousands and thousands of kilometers away. So what you need to do is, during this entire period of 10 months, not only you need to keep the trajectory of the satellite well focused and moving in the right direction with the right velocity, you also need to make sure that these extraneous forces do not deviate its trajectory, and then make sure that you have communication with the satellite continuously. So all this was new capabilities that was being built. And also to reach the satellite in terms of electromagnetic radiation, you had to build an antenna which was almost 100 feet in diameter or 30 meter in diameter. And this was an antenna which was built totally indigenously, and it was set up in Bangalore, a place near Bangalore called Bailadu, where this antenna could be pointed towards the Mars and then receive signals from this satellite during the course of its trajectory and do the communication. And also you can imagine that any small mishap in the satellite in terms of some leakage of gas or the propulsion system what you have built, if it malfunction, you could be getting into problem. That is simply because, like I said, our launch vehicle, what was available was a limited capability. We had only certain amount of delta V, about 1.5 kilometers per second delta V available. Using that, every maneuver had to be planned gradually. The satellite, see, at the time of initial launch, what the rocket does is it carries the satellite to a particular height, and at that height, orients the satellite in a particular direction and releases the satellite with a certain velocity. And how much velocity it can impart determines the trajectory of that satellite. So that trajectory could be elliptical with the point of injection becoming apogee or a perigee. And all this depends on the launch vehicle capability. But once the satellite is released by the launch vehicle, all the function has to be performed by what you have built in the satellite. So like from the initial transfer orbit, gradually you keep increasing its apogee and then put it into the lunar transfer trajectory or Martian transfer trajectory, this kind of thing. So this was done and gradually we could build. Then, unlike in our earlier satellites, geostationary satellites, here we were also faced with a challenge of keeping our propulsion system dormant for a period of 9 months. That means at the end of that 9 months, this engine had to be restarted. So you can imagine an engine which was originally designed for few weeks of operation had to be made sure that you shut down that, and after about 10 months, you restart and then generate the kind of forces that are required. So for this, we had to do a lot of simulation on ground and then make sure that all these things work well. Other problems that one encounters in this is whatever you are storing for such a long time, even if some minor leak starts, the gas pressure comes down and then you are not able to get the required pressure to enter into the chamber of the engine. And if you do not have the right chamber pressure, you will not get the right velocities required for the movement of the satellite. Then other thing that happens is, we know that electromagnetic radiation travels at a pace of about 3 lakh kilometers per second. So even at that speed, if you send a command electromagnetic radiation from ground, it takes, when the Mars is at nearest 200 million kilometers, and when it is at the farthest 400 million kilometers. So the time it takes for this radiation to go and come back almost becomes 14 plus 14, 28 minutes, almost half an hour. So many of us, when we start our laptop or computer, we'll start feeling fidgety if it takes some finite time to boot up and make all the resources available. We start feeling why it is taking so much time. So we start moving from few megahertz to gigahertz to higher and higher speed. So here you can see a command which is issued takes almost half an hour to tell you back what you have done has worked or not worked. So obviously such mechanism cannot be used for doing the corrections to the satellite function online. So you have to build in autonomy and intelligence into the satellite of finding out what problem it faces, and if it encounters that problem, what kind of solution you have to find and how to switch over to the alternate system and start operating there. So this kind of autonomy was also being built for the first time. And lo and behold, to the we were able to perform all these activities satisfactorily. And another very important thing that happens is, like I said, the satellite should have been inside that cube on 7:30 a.m. on that day. And then prior to that, you have stored all the information you have generated, commands you have generated, you have kept it stored in the computer of the satellite. And at a particular time instant, you start executing those operations, and the satellite starts reorienting itself and reducing its velocity to the requisite value so that Mars's gravitational force can capture this satellite into its orbit. So here again, you can imagine if the object is moving at a certain velocity, if that velocity is very high, the Mars's gravity will not be able to capture or make this object go around itself. If the velocity is too high, it will simply skip Mars and go beyond. And if the velocity is too low, it will go and hit the Mars surface. So you need to have the right velocity and the right orientation. And at this point of time, the satellite was going to go behind Mars. That means from Earth, when you are trying to look at Mars, is obscuring the signal, whether it is coming from the satellite to ground antenna or from ground antenna to the satellite. So you have to wait for the satellite and another 14 minutes in the all that has been planned. Basically, what sources constraints you have, then they can make and while our initial was this satellite would be of operation in this September, and it's now we are looking at what other experiments can be conducted before end of life of this satellite. So the discussions are on, and this showed that you are able to communicate with objects which are millions of kilometers away from space Earth, and then how to build autonomy into this satellite, how to build intelligence into this, and how to make more and more miniaturized satellites. And in the same way, in Chandrayaan 2, of course, we did not succeed in landing the lander on the surface in a controlled manner. But even then, this Chandrayaan 2 mission is actually doing fantastic job because many of the capabilities that we had demonstrated in Chandrayaan 1, we are taking it to its next logical level. Today, we have a set of instruments in Chandrayaan 2, which is far, far ahead of what was carried in Chandrayaan 1. We have the highest resolution imaging capability of the moon surface. We have got a multi-dual frequency synthetic aperture radar, which can look at permanently shadowed regions on moon. We have got a hyperspectral imager, which can go up to 5 microns wavelength and look at the a host of them are there, and it is continuing. It's already completed 2 years, and it will be present for many more years. And we will be doing data collection using this Chandrayaan 2 satellites. And then beyond that, we are looking at mission to Sun. Sun also is a very interesting observation point because people realize that scientists during the period of total solar eclipse, for the few minutes because normally what happens is so in eclipse time with a sensors coronagraphs can, you can put energy on the satellite for retaining photographs. You can phenomena can
Recording in progress.
minimum sensitivity instrument built indigenously in the country, and this is able to look at a particular region in space which even Hubble space Hubble telescope does not have the capability sensitivity to look at this particular wavelength. And as a result of that, scientists in Ayuka, Pune have been able to come up with observations, and for the first time of an object which was 9.3 billion years ago, billion light years ago, whatever signal came, that is being picked up. So in this case, you can see that, and in the launch vehicles, we also demonstrated 104 satellites in one go. In all this, what the country has shown is, irrespective of the kind of resources you have, you can make use of your capabilities, and these limitations become so resources or the harbingers of drivers of innovation, and you can build more and more innovative technology, and you can do things differently from what others have done, and you can go ahead. And in this manner, today, making more and more miniaturized and then compact satellites, etc. And also India is embarking upon becoming one of the nations which have the capability to put humans into space, while the original plan was before the 75th year of independence, such a thing to happen. But both because of Corona and also the finance constraint the government had to face because of Corona, there is some delay, but then the work is in full swing on that. And then today, India is also trying to look at how this entire technology of space which has been built, which is going to be one of the key components of economy in the future. Today, you know, space is the fourth frontier. You have already seen completely private enterprises like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or many others, are how they have brought in such dynamism to the whole business of space activity. While in the earlier era, it used to be only the nations which were engaged in space activity. Today in space, which is the fourth frontier, looking for space, space for Earth or space for space, both these areas are becoming bigger and bigger economies. And in this economy, Indian government also wants India to actually become a significant player in that, to get a significant pie in this economy of trillions of dollars in the coming years. And if that has to happen, it can happen only when the next generation of Indian students and research community and the enterprising entrepreneurship community start building up their own systems and then start providing services both within the country and outside the country. And that is what the government is trying to enable such a thing to happen by bringing it open and enabling the facilities available in the country, what the government has established, and support the Indian enterprises and research community. So it's in this context, today the government is trying to push things happen, whatever the community, the youth, as well as the entrepreneurship community has a tremendous opportunity here. And not only this, the entire intellectual capability of the Indian mind, which is today actually supporting the developments across the globe, whether it is multinational companies or other countries, wherever they are, they're able to provide. But this, in a way, if it has to contribute to the might of the country and to the capabilities of the country, we need more and more entrepreneurship, setting up the infrastructure, setting up the capabilities, and take the advantage of returns or fruits of such labor. If it has to be brought to the Indian entrepreneurs, it's only possible when the next generation students look at how they can take advantage of things accessible to them, make the best use of that, and then bring in new ways of doing things, and then bring in novel concepts and novel approaches and put their effort and make things happen. So today, all of you have a fantastic opportunity, an opportunity where the entire, not only our country, but the globe, after going through a significant event like a pandemic, this process of this pandemic has in a way reset everybody's life. It has made you think about life in a manner very different with respect to what it was. But then it has brought in a lot of opportunities, and India also has shown, Indian scientific community and also industrial capability has shown to the world that we can deal with any kind of problem and then deal well. And if tomorrow's problems have to be tackled, it's only when the young minds start looking at how the various problems we have put you into. Today, if you look at planet Earth, the planet Earth and life on planet is going through a tremendous upheaval. And then we are told that you have climate change, you have this waste, that pollution, all of this affecting life on planet Earth. And you're also being shown that habitation outside the planet Earth, also people are converting human species into multiplanetary species. So while all this is happening, we also need to remember that India as a country had been showcasing to the world that the life on this planet Earth has to be looked in its totality. You cannot look at only human beings and advantages to human beings as the total thing. It's only when you make use of the resources available on this planet Earth in a manner where you allow these resources to be renewed or in a renewable resources if you depend on, and then sustaining life on planet Earth if it has to happen. The many of the problems that are present today needs newer and different solutions. Not only that, we need to adopt methodologies which are sustainable. And this is the knowledge which our great sages had told the world, that sustainable living on planet Earth requires respecting the entire nature as an entity to which we should make peace and go along with that. So thank you very much for this opportunity to communicate with you, tell you the story of how ISRO was able to make use of this new technology of space, and how this technology was brought into the use of the country, enabling the country to go through the development process of whether bringing in the communication, broadcasting, weather information, or planning for whether it is for crop or providing information beyond our borders, or even going to outer planets, etc. In all these areas, today ISRO has shown, if you make use of the technology accessible to you, what is not accessible, you try to indigenize. And then it's only when you build a capability that people recognize you for what you are capable. No amount of spoken words can bring you partnership or the credible meeting together. It's only when you demonstrate that you have a capability, people are ready to come and work with you. It is this story which I wanted to communicate to you, and also wish each one of you a great success in your life, in your career, where you, whatever knowledge you acquire, skills you acquire, you make use of it for the benefit of people around you, for your region, country, planet as a whole. And through that, bring back the traditional wisdom of entire planet is one living form. Thank you very much. And I'm open for a few questions if you want to ask. Thank you very much, and wish you a great success in your careers.
Thank you, sir. Those words of wisdom would surely inspire a lot of engineers today. Sir, we would take a few questions from the audience. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so the first question is, what are the future plans for ISRO's manned missions?
Okay. See, the first thing is what ISRO is at this point of trying to do is bring the launch vehicle capability, what we have, to what is called a manned rate capability. That means when you are carrying a human being as part of this mission, you have much greater reliability, etc., to be demonstrated. So for this, what is called as a human rating. So those activities are going on one side. And then carrying these human beings, you need to keep them in an environmentally controlled chambers for their sustainable life on that. And then when you bring them back, bring them through the atmosphere in a safe manner. So these capabilities are being built. So with this, few of the Gaganauts will be taken to the space and brought back. And this is only a beginning. And gradually, as the country becomes more and more economically stronger, these capabilities become essential needs of the country in being among one among the equals in the global community. So there'll be space stations, and beyond space stations, of course, humans going farther will all be part of the future work. But how India moves in this will all depend on the economic strength of the country and how India as a country is able to actually develop its future. And it is here that the next generation is going to make a huge impact. It is their will and desire to bring India to the forefront and India make these things happen. Opportunities are many, capabilities have to be built and demonstrated.
Sure, sir. 1.3 billion Indians would agree to this. Sir, I would take one more question. What are the plans for the private sector of India investing in the space missions?
Okay. How much a private sector can invest in space mission? It purely depends on that private entity's risk-taking capability and their desire to become part of, like what we are telling, we today maybe $300 billion economy growing to $1 trillion, etc. This is space economy only. That means space to Earth. That means from space, all activities you are doing for Earth, and space to space. That means from space, doing all activities for space, whether it is going, setting up habitation outside or exploring other asteroids and mining elsewhere, bringing in new resources. And also there'll be a huge industry of space tourism, space adventure. And if human beings have to be there, they need a lot of services. So it is here that today you are seeing the private enterprise globally, whether it is Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or many others, even in Russia and Europe, they are trying to bring in their ability to fund these activities and then through that process gain more and more traction. See, today, for example, what Elon Musk is also trying to do is by bringing in internet capability to anybody across the globe, by setting up constellations of tens of thousands of satellites. See, already he has more than 1,700 or 1,800 satellites going around Earth at low orbit, trying to provide communication with very low latency for Internet of Things or for providing connectivity to any part on the globe. And through this process, earn more, and through the service segment on ground, fund his multi-planetary species dreams of going to Mars, setting up habitations there, etc. So how the private enterprise will depend on their ability to take greater and greater risk and how much time they're allowing themselves for the success to give them returns. What the government of India is trying to do is providing an enabling environment by bringing in new laws and by making some of the facilities what is already established by the government accessible to the community so that they don't have to spend their resources on setting up the facility. They can use the facility as a service. So he is trying to enable, but then how it takes off depends on the entrepreneurship and their ability to make money out of this business. So that is where things stand today. Government is putting its foot forward, and then private enterprise is discussing, trying to look at things. How this shapes up depends on all of us, the next generation youth and experienced people like us, trying to enable the next generation, and the government and other entities trying to provide more and more opportunities. So the scenario is strife pregnant with opportunities. But what happens, we have to wait and see.
Definitely, sir. So one last question. Could you please tell us about your life in ISRO as the chairman?
Okay. See, when I took over as chairman in ISRO, ISRO had just completed one of the difficult tasks of trying to establish its indigenous cryo engine. In 2014, the first indigenous cryo engine based test happened successfully in our GSLV. So we had, in a way, you can say, overcome one of the cryogenic engine developments and demonstrated that we are able to do this. So it was a time where we had to really scale up the activities. So in terms of launch vehicle, try to increase the pace at which we are doing, because a country like India today requires more than 100 to 150 or even 200 satellites to be operating at any given point of time to meet its requirements of communication, remote sensing, navigation, reconnaissance, Earth observation, and a host of other things. What we had at that time was only maybe around 30 or so. So not only we had to push up the activities of bringing in greater and greater amount of satellites to be put into space, for that have our own launch vehicles to be built at a faster pace, launch them at a greater, lesser time interval. So one thing was how to push this activity to a higher pace. This was one of the things that was the challenges that was there. And also GSLV Mark III operation, and then navigation satellite being brought into operation, AstroSat, and INSAT 3D series, which was going to provide every 15 minutes observation from space, and AstroSat, like that, many of these things. So the task was to increase the pace at which things are happening, provide the country a, you can say, a stepping stone for going into the next level of enabling the country for providing opportunity for private enterprise, and also move towards the country's mission of human mission. So towards this, the idea was to consolidate and then bring in the activities, ramp up the process of launch vehicles and satellite technology being put into use. And these were the challenges which I had to face during that time. And we increased it from few per year to almost 10 to 12 missions per year, or even 10 to 12 launches per year. That was the pace to which we were able to do. So those were the challenges. On one side of convincing the government to give us more resources, on the other side, not only build on the technology you have established, but parallelly work on new technologies, whether it's the reusable launch vehicles or the scramjet engine, etc., on which the experiments were conducted. These were all to keep us in position for future requirements, and semi-cryo engine. So like this, main multi-dimension activities were going on. And the task was to keep the people actually empowered for doing that, and convincing the powers that be to provide more resources for all this activity.
Thank you, sir. That was such an informative address from your sir. All the space enthusiasts are very inspired by your address. I'm sure India's space journey will blast off for the limitless skies, and this will encourage the young minds to pursue their dreams. At this point in time, we have reached the end of today's thrilling session. On behalf of the entire KJ Somaiya College of Engineering, I extend a vote of thanks to you, sir, for joining us in this momentous occasion that touched every aspect of today's discussion. Today, we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts, and I am hopeful that we will surely be going to encourage us in our future endeavors. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for inspiring us.
having a monotonous life, it's not something that I can live up with. To me, first thing would be excellence. I cannot be at a place where, my heart is not at.
Having fun is the most important thing. That is exactly what will keep you going. If you do it with a certain objective in mind, then the fun is gone.
There was a period of, I guess, 3 to 4 years where there was no dancing at all. The absence made me realize that this is something which I need to follow. This is something which I need to keep myself going.
There will be hundreds of reasons to not follow your passion, but you need only one reason to follow your passion that makes you happy, and the happiness is the best reason or the main reason that you should follow your passion.
Though failure hurts us, we really learn from that. We learn and try to do something better. This is why I choose to do what I do. It's very rewarding.
Sometimes passion even gets created from the adversities that you face in your life. You wanted to do something, you tried doing it, but you didn't succeed. That strengthens your resolve.
Definitely the things which I'm doing as my passion and the things I'm doing in office, they're quite same. As I'm a director and I narrate my stories, so I like to interact with the people. So in CTS Tech, I think I am buddy of almost 150 people.
I usually write stories, and in stories you have many characters, and every character plays or has a different kind of emotion, a different kind of backstory. Within CTS Tech, this passion has helped me to make better teams, better team coordinations, and I can say my team is always having happy faces, smiley faces.
People around me are more motivated looking at me. It's basically how cheerful you can be. Why I called it as passion, because I only define it in one word, like the feeling is good.
जिस तरीके से लाइफ जीना चाहिए, अपना गोल सक्सेस कर सके हो, तो वो करना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि इसके अलावा बाकी कुछ नहीं है.
Do something awesome.
Avinash Thakur, Shri Om Kinkar Tiwari, and Shri Sushil Pawar, the dignitaries from Naval Materials Research Laboratory of DRDO. I also welcome the Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Sudha Gupta ma'am, and Associate Dean Vandana Satam ma'am. I would like to take this opportunity and thank our title sponsor, CTS Tech, for helping us make Abhiyantriki a remarkable success. Today's event is surely one of the most significant expos out there. This is because the renowned Defense Research and Development Organization is honoring us by being an instrumental part of the Tech Expo. This year, with its division, the Naval Materials Research Laboratory at the helm, who will be presenting their marvelous work. The DRDO is the R&D wing of the Ministry of Defense, Government of India, with a vision to empower India with cutting-edge defense technologies and a mission to achieve self-reliance in critical defense technologies and systems. Their fame has spread far and wide due to revolutionary technologies such as Agni and Prithvi series of missiles, light combat aircraft Tejas, multi-barrel rocket launcher Pinaka, air defense system Akash, and a wide range of radars and electronic warfare systems. Its division, NMRL, pursues basic research as well as application-oriented technology development in several areas, which are metallurgy, polymer, ceramics, coating, corrosion and electronic chemical protection, marine biotechnology, and environmental sciences. So, without a moment's delay, I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Vijay M. Nimbalkar, the scientist D from the esteemed organization.
Good afternoon to all my younger colleagues and respected Sudha Gupta Madam, Dean A.J. Sumoya College. And we would like to thank on the behalf of NMRL and DRDO to A.J. Sumoya Management, Chairman, Principals and Directors. So today we are here for Abhiyantriki 2020-21. Maybe my organization already participated in this event maybe in 2017 or 16. And in this continuation, we have received your invitation for this event through Dean Madam, Gupta Madam, and my director has accepted this participation for this event. So I will like again thank for your kind invitation and maybe continue from our side. I will tell you about some few words about the DRDO. DRDO is a 52 laboratories in all over the world and carried out the work for defense application. In that 52 laboratories, they are formed some clusters. One is a materials clusters, electronics clusters, missile clusters. We are 3 laboratories, 5 laboratories, DMRL Hyderabad, Naval Material Research Laboratory Amarnath, Kanpur, DMSRD Kanpur, NPL Cochin and NSTL Vishakhapatnam for Coast Guard area, means naval application. Missile sector, it is in Hyderabad. There are 4-5 laboratories, DRDL, ARCI, RCI, ASL, and electronic zone, it is in Bangalore sectors. Those are electronic my friends. They are basically for their internship or some other work. You can approach our electronic research to our Bangalore laboratory, LRD Bangalore, ETRE. There are 4-5 laboratories. And near to our place is Pune. They are ornament research, mostly for ornament cluster. It is in Pune. So these are the about DRDO, and we are from course. I am scientist Dr. Nimbalkar. I am working in Naval Material Research Laboratory. Our laboratory is having 4 or 5 departments. One is metallurgy, naval materials department. One is paint. Basically, the paint section is working for protection of ships from sea water. That is the main work. Metallurgy is a development of new materials, new high strength steel, welding consumables, composite materials, semi-solid metal processing, high entropy materials, complex concentrated alloys, friction stud welding. This is the new emerging welding technology. It is called green welding technology. And some marine biology. They are working for some marine application. Another department is ceramic. They are working for electronic system. And corrosion protection, another one department. And one big project, it is in our NMR, is called AIP, Air Induction Propulsion System. Basically for generation of electricity inside the submarine. Today, mostly they are facing the problem. The submarine inside, some battery systems are there, and during that battery are discharged after 14 days or 15 days. The submarine wants to recharge these batteries for another some time, so they come out on the surface for start this generator. So our task is replacement of this system and put our AIP system in the submarine. Its project is going on. This is from our side, and I will start some activities. This is bio redimension for oil pollution, removing some oil pollution from the sea surface. Our is basically 2 things I will demonstrate in front of you. One is semi-solid metal processing technology. It is a new emerging technology. In that technology, normally some mechanical peoples may be here. So in the continuation of mechanical engineers, normally the steel making, the steel is melting in some induction or electric furnace in some quantity. Then they have to pour into the some billet or ingot casting. Then again hot forging, hot rolling, then forging, then extrusion, then machining. This is a lengthy process. Production is very lengthy, and production time is also more. How to reduce this time? That's why we have developed our some new ray casting technology. It is a semi-solid material. Instead of liquid, we are up to into the semi-solid stage, just like curd. And you have to push that metal into the high pressure in the some mold. You will get intricate shape component, good surface finish without porosity. This is the A. And another one technology I will tell you in a tech check work. And this is our ready to eat meal. Provided our government is MOD, Ministry of Defense or Army, they are our soldiers. But at Leh, Ladakh, there is a Siachen mostly. There is a Kargil also. There is a mostly the outside temperature is minus 35 or 45 temperature. In that temperature, our soldiers can't eat properly. They took 1 piece of that rice. They got some fruits also during the war, and they kept it in some bomb luggage. And they want to eat, but they can't eat properly because the temperature is very minus temperature. So for that we have developed this technology. This is the ready to eat meal available in the market. They drop it this packet from its aircraft or some helicopters, and they took this packet from the normal land. So they are previously using some kerosene based heaters, and they put one big drum or something come into the 90 temperature, and then put it in that drum and take it after 10 minutes or 20 minutes. But problem, in the winter season, our aircraft also not land in that region, because all flights means that track is already only ice is there. So aircraft also not land. So how to get this good quality of food or some warm food? So that's why we have developed these heating pads. This is called heating pads. It is containing some electrochemical composition. One is iron, magnesium, and aluminum. And we are adding some electrolytic initial and KMNO4. This is one packet is around 1.4 gram powder, and 8 packets are there. These are 34 gram, 16. So here we will put this packet in this aluminum foil one side. We have make some just like cap. These are the 2 packs. Whatever the material you want to pre-cook, you have to put middle of this packet, and whatever you add just 50 ml water in one side and 15 in another side. You see, within 2 minutes you will get some warmth. It is not the it is a science, huh? It is just like pressure cooker. And just you kept it, don't remove this and kept it for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, show everybody. One student will. Madam, दिखाओ सबको. सबको दिखा सकते जरा. कुछ नहीं होगा आपको कुछ. So after 15 minutes, you have to remove this packet. So that inside temperature of that minus food packet is around -5 or -6. We will get up to 70, 75, 80 temperature. So all surgeons has given our actually most of our army, their life is around only 3 years in a one troop. Actually they call troop for some reason. After that this successful presentation at K-top, this is the highest sadak into the in India. It is K-top 18,000 something. So this is the and they have wrote and given to DRDO कि हम लोगों को जरूरत नहीं, हम 3 साल ज़्यादा काम करेंगे. So only the problem is there, water is also not available in that region. So we have crushed this ice and put in this bag. But we will not get the temperature around 85-90 temperature. Instead of that, you will get 65-68. And same work is carried out in America, US also. They got only 62 temperature in 12 minutes. So we are in far away. This is the one application of this innovation. Second is normal our trains and Rajdhani Express you have seen mostly. They have given some chai, tea, hot tea. They have given on kettle actually. So instead of that, we have provided the system to them. Whatever they want to hot just put your that tea, sugar, and you can reuse up to 5 times or 10 times. And cost is around 1 rupee. That powder cost is 39 paisa. And 1 rupee, this is the costly item only. That 5, but it is a reusable. You can 15 or 20 experiment you can carry it out in 1 year. This is the second application. Third application is mechanical student from point of view. And then diesel engine. Actually, how many mechanical engineers? Online. Okay. So that mechanical engineer point of view means diesel engine. Actually, they continue that truck actually for full night. Because if they stop this truck, that diesel will convert into liquid into the solid. So we want to maintain that liquid up to longer duration. So we wrap these heating pads on that diesel tank, add water, but there is some quantity of water is more, 3 liters according to the composition. And it should be continued for full night also. Then medical background, our soldiers are facing some problem, frostbite, chilly and major problem is IV bottle. if the soldier doctor has applied the IV bottle to my soldier, that IV bottle itself frozen due to the outside temperature. But my requirement is that temperature is not 85 because the body's sustained temperature is 36 to 36. How to reduce that 85 to 36? And second thing, that salinity is not up to 15 minutes. It should be more than 2 hours. How to maintain 36 temperature and 4 hours? That is my challenging task. So I just use normal sand, normal Na2SiO3 and put in this composition and reduce that temperature 85 to 36 and sustain up to 4 hours. So that is also we have demonstrated this technology to our soldiers at Ladakh. This is the one, it is called frameless portable heating source. This is already, we have provided this technology to 2 vendors in India. One is in Flowers Valley at New Delhi and one is Greenergy Chemicals at Bhopal. So they are making these products continuously. And second, my job is, I will tell you, this is a component. Normally, this is the ISRO component. This is called standard electrolysis component used in rocket. That Sunita Williams and others use this component. So this is the component, mechanical engineer is important and electronics. So this is the inside this part. It is not feasible by any casting process as well as machining also, and not maintain the tolerances. So this is the one task. Second thing is L&T. These are making this component by normal casting process. So one component is made by L&T, normal regular practice, that is called liquid die casting. Means normal forging process. You show there is a lot of porosity. And our developed component, this is called semi-solid metal process. So this is L&T component, it is not withstood at 5 bar pressure. The same they asked NMRL to develop this component by our new emerging technology, that is called new ray casting as well as semi-solid metal. So we carried out this component by our SSM technology. Within 20 seconds, we'll get the component. Second thing is there is no porosity, no single porosity, but their component is porosity. Our is pressure is around 200 bar, 2000 bar pressure. This is a huge bar. And metal temperature is less than 620. Aluminum is melting temperature is 650, 620. We are in the carried out this casting in 585 temperature. So it is a semi-solid, just like curd. So this is the advantage wise is you don't want to carried out some casting into the billet, then rolling, then forging, then machining, then heat treatment. We have avoided all these things, and same process we have developed this clamp component for BrahMos missile. This is a solid, just like solid billet, they have to cut it normal market aluminum alloy and make it to clamp. This is the clamp for accelerator clamping. They took more than 3 months time for these 2 clamps. We have made within 20 seconds with their QR, with their tolerances. So this is the here, and this is for our piston for Russian engine ship application. This is the propeller. This propeller fin also problem to make it in some X-axis or Z-axis machine, CNC machine. So this is also we are making in our SSM technology. This is called missile fin. Normally all over the world people are working in aluminum alloy. All over the world scenario. Only one is Zurich, some company, TAG. They are working in this technology, and second is the NMRL is the only one laboratory is working in semi-solid metal processing. but nobody is working high temperature or light. This temperature is around 580 or 550. But my temperature in this copper base, the temperature is around more than 1000. We are also carried out this component by our SSM technology also. So this is the from metallurgical point of view. We are also working in I am project director for building technology for Scorpion submarine. Recently, Mazga Dock has built 6 submarines, and for that we have developed some building consumable for high stress steel, another for DMRL grade steel also, and building technology for friction stir building. And recently we are working in some high entropy material. It is a new thing, new scientific area, and some composite materials also. Or electronic people, I will tell you, there is a requirement of silicon chip in the computers, that desktop. So continuously the fan will be run or pull down that chips actually, because of the coefficient of thermal expansion. If heat is more than 300 degrees Celsius, that expansion of that chip, how to convert these means how to new materials, advanced material is required. So mostly where you may think for silicon, 30% or 50% silicon. This is a new area. If somebody is interested, you can propose this. So these are the from my side, metallurgy side. This is Mr. Sushil Pawar, technical officer B. He is working in paint section. He will demonstrate the 2 types of paint. One is self-cleaning paint. In our house or somewhere we will paint Asian paints, or somebody has split on that day, so we can't remove it. But you see, he has developed good paint. Whatever he has applied the paint on the chip surface, and if whatever the scratches or anything are happened in future, so just you wrap to remove all the things as it is. You will demo. And second one is fire retardant paint. So mostly if they apply this paint on the railways or some wooden surface, so only paint will be burned, but remain back portion it will not happen anything. So this is the one thing he will explain. After that, this is Mr. Om Tiwari. He will explain that remediation of bioremediation of oil pollution or naval application. Mr. Pawar.
Every part of the sheet is different kinds of coating. So here I have brought these 2 coatings. One is a hydrophobic self-cleaning coating based on self-stratified concept. Normally self-stratified concept is that when coating is applied on the substrate, it is to separate it into the 2 layers in one single shot. Normally we applied coating, first we applied primer coat, then we applied top coat over it. But here there is no need to apply such kind of coating system. In one single coat system, it will separate it into the 2 layers. Our top coat will provide us hydrophobic self-cleaning property, and bottom coat is migrated toward the substrate interface, and it will provide anti-corrosive property as well. So this is about hydrophobic self-cleaning coating, and the second coating is Indo-French fire retardant coating. Unfortunately, I don't have that torch with me, so otherwise I would have been show you how it will get burned. But when this coating gets exposed to fire, it swells up to 100 times of its original thickness and acts as a barrier in between the flame and substrate. So that barrier, like honeycomb star kind of thing, is generated on the substrate, and it will act as a barrier in between the flame and substrate and protect the substrate. And also it will not propagate from one compartment to another compartment. So this is about hydrophobic self-cleaning coating.
no, that is a lame.
From Marine Biotechnology Department, and we have developed accelerated bioremediation technology actually because oil pollution at Naval Harbour is major concern to Indian Navy. So we have developed these two products. One is the biomix. These are the natural bacteria translated from polluted side, and to enhance the growth of these bacteria, we have had two biostimulant. That's called Nutrimix. So we have carried out field trial at the Naval Dockyard of Mumbai. You can see we spray both biomix and Nutrimix to our oil spill side, and after that the adherence of VR agent and the oil, we can see in that video. So dispersion and disintegration of oil is carried out. And after that, we can see here emulsification of the hull is started. So within 24 hours, that oil is gone, clearance oil. So we demonstrate this technology to our Navy partners, and they have accepted. We have carried out POT of this product, and they are using it now to remove the oil pollution. This is all about this product.
He will demo that exactly. The paint wheel are fired. Backside is there is no. Okay, if you have any question from student side. Any question from student? Technical, non-technical, any?
Superb. That was truly fantastic. We are overwhelmed by this fascinating presentation shared by you. I thank the scientists and the technical officers from NMRL for being here at Abhiyantriki 2021's Tech Expo. I kindly request Dr. Sudha Gupta ma'am to come on the stage and present a token of appreciation to all the scientists and technical officers, Dr. Vijay M. Nimbalkar, Shri Avinash Thakur, Shri Om Kinkar Tiwari, and Shri Sushil Pawar.
Thank you very much, sir, for very nice session. I just request one thing because it's a DRDO and NRML. You have the scientific, as you have shown, so many things. So one question from our side, because in our UG and PG we have in the curriculum the internship. So how we can get the internship, or how our student can be benefited for your lab?
Mostly whatever the work proposed by student, it is related to NMRL. Because NMRL is basically materials laboratory, and we can support for development of materials and characterization of that materials. So whatever the characterization, it is related to the mostly materials side, polymer materials, metallic materials, just like biomedical science related things. So that topic should related to our ongoing project and some future things requirement. Just like I tell you, we have to develop some materials for some different applications. If you student is interested to silicon, just like I have the machine for aluminum alloy. If students are interested to number of patents or number of papers are available in the aluminum silicon or electronics packaging application. So we will help for making this aluminum silicon by our SSM technology, and he can do that next part, means characterization part in some other your premises. So it should be linked with NMRL. If not is linked with NMRL, then you have to ask to whatever the scientist is there. Sir, I want to work in this area. Is it possible? Yes, scientist said yes, it is linked with my talk. If we will allow the student, definitely somebody asks, what is the use of NMRL? What is the advantage of NMRL? If now some student will carry out some new thing, just like recently 2 or 3, 4 guys from VRC Nagpur, they have decided the semi-solid metal processing for aluminium composites. So I am working in aluminum alloy. He's way ahead, one step. It is a composite material. Where definitely we have given permission immediately, because I am also thought this carried out this SSM technology by my composite material, but restriction of time and tasks of projects. So that's why you interact with scientists and ask, sir, I want to work in this area. If scientist said yes, go, then letter should come, not student, it is a principal or dean. That is the most important. And previously we provide some stipend also, but recently we stopped the stipend system. But we will provide 2 or 3, 4 students mostly in one department. So 2 is easily available, no problem. But not for 6 months, 3 months or 2 months we will allow without any accommodation.
So thank you very much. We understood. So I think for more details, we will plan to visit to your labs with the professors and as well as the students. So thank you very much, sir. Once again, thank you.
I request Sudha Gupta ma'am to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Vijay Nimbalkar sir. I now request ma'am to present the token of appreciation to Shri Avinash Thakur sir. Ma'am, please present a token of appreciation to Shri Om Kinkar Tiwari sir. Last but not the least, I request ma'am to present the token of appreciation to Shri Sushil Pawar sir. Thank you, ma'am. This hour of the Tech Expo will surely be instilled in everyone's minds as a memorable and knowledgeable experience. Thank you so much to Dr. Sudha Gupta ma'am and Vandana Satam ma'am and the audience who listened to them eagerly. Thank you.
Please come if you want. If you demonstration, please, we will give a.
Hello. Yes. Sir, I just had one doubt. Sir, you said about electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, chemical, ceramic, and all this. Sir, what could a CS student or an IT student do for DRDO?
This is a good question. Actually, every year somebody asks me, and my relative also. So, Mama, मैं computer science बनना चाहती हूँ, मैं IT engineer. I said no, क्योंकि there is no scope in my DRDO for mostly IT and computer science. But today the DRDO is going for that intellectual security. That is a requirement in future, because today most of the recently Israel, our external minister has visited for Israel, mostly that purpose actually. But intellectual security, that's why I have told you that digital India and then make in India and then you have to come actually. Whatever you are think in your mind, how to protect your nation from enemy. That is intellectual security is very, very important. Our world is maybe 100 kilometers. It is a completely water portion is there. Those are the trucks are or अपना क्या बोलते हैं आतंकवादी. They are coming from mostly from that water system. Those are the water area. How to protect that water area?
With my limited knowledge, maybe the computer and IT person can work in the naval, as you have shown the oil, so they can detect where exactly that dirt or eye portion is there. So just prediction and maybe the classification type of thing, the IT and computer person can help.
No, IT is required. Actually, one, but it is not.
No, it's for us. The IT and computers is a data. So the input they need only the data.
But it is a wireless data.
No, it's okay. Any type of this thing, digital data.
Actually, they have developed one fuel cell, microbiological fuel cell. In that system, they have to put a fuel cell inside the water. So mostly we require electronics, telecommunication,
But sir, how to detect the space or the area where exactly your this oil or thing? Because selection of that particular. Yeah, the technology side, we are looking just how the IT and computer guys can help. So before the
artificial intelligence is going on, but we are not in other DRDO can work, but mostly electronic telecommunication is higher KPA. Because I have not also seen some computer or IT requirement in mostly here. Computer science taken very less, but electronics is huge requirement. Electronic. You have to propose. You can propose. Simple. One thing is any organization, in your organization also you can implement this technology. In your organization you can also implement this technology in the gate. Somebody will come, so you have to take the photos and so without any taking the photos and you can imagine how to generate the data. Second thing is, if the machine is working somewhere, you can provide the data to how many number of cycles the machine will be breakdown. Nobody knows. I am also doesn't know. You can think that. Just like मैंने देखा बहुत सारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स लोग गणपति में करते हैं, जैसे ताली बजाने से लाइट लगता है, तो उस टाइप यू कैन थिंक, जैसे अभी वो फास्ट ट्रैक चालू किया है, तो वो फास्ट ट्रैक की भी जरूरत नहीं. जब आपका गाड़ी वो येलो तक जाता है ना, वो जो डंडा नीचे ऊपर होता है उसको भी अवॉइड करो. आपका गाड़ी अगर वहां पे चला गया रेड सिग्नल तक, तो आपका उधर डिटेक्ट होना चाहिए, पैसा कट होके वो गाड़ी निकल जाना चाहिए. So these are the things in foreign countries. You have to think that. and propose to DRDO, okay, I have done this work, and a simple one-page write-up to send to our head company director. They can think on this. But it should be some intellectual security is very, very important in today.
Like you mentioned that अभी external affairs minister Israel visit किया, and one of the point mentioned in that agreement was quantum computing. So is DRDO working on quantum computing?
I don't know. I'm materials na. But yes, if you have some idea, you can put that particular laboratory. Actually, क्या है कि you go through the www.drdo.go.b. So you go that DRDO website. There is a lot of laboratories. So you can check whatever the related your work related laboratory. Because in particular laboratory na, they have given their work area. So you have to propose that laboratory and they write that director particular one letter, non-technical note.
Sir, then do you know which department of government is working on quantum computing?
No.
That was the question.
Hello.
क्वेश्चन आंसर भी चल रही है.
So this is basically like a bacteria or उसका culture. So you culture the bacteria on the oil spill itself. Okay. 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 So it stimulates the growth of the bacteria itself. Okay. I also have a question about the heating packs. So they cost quite less to produce. Only about so about the heating pads, they cost quite less to produce, around 36 paise per packet, right? And we already know from the अपना IV का experiments, जो saline अपन लगाते हैं, and for that we have to sustain it to around 36 degrees Celsius, right? For longer durations of time. So how can we implement the same thing to make clothing which can produce heat in and of itself? Because we can sustain it for 2 hours or so, we can easily basically implement the packets inside of the clothing, and why not do that?
Why not do? You have to do.
Okay.
We will not. We are already engaged in different. But I told you, they have lot of problems. Just like he said, our target is body warming. Just like you said, hand gloves warming. Then second is they have started fever. The fever started from which place? Legs actually. So if you put this packet, small packet, or ladies some using some tissue papers, weighted tissue paper, you have to put my powder in that tissue paper and just keep it in food and between your legs and food. Just press it by legs. Just start the reaction. Powder and that tissue, wet tissue paper, and just starting warm slowly. This is the project I have proposed your Krishna Patil, Kashinath Patil. This is the topic I have given to your organization. You have to start this project with your student. So for body warming, because they can't sleep, our soldiers can't sleep after middle night. They want warming system between 12 to around 3:30. In that particular time, midnight, the temperature is around less than minus 25 35. So no. You can handle definitely. So one is body warmer is the very important because they don't have the Bukhari also. Today they procure some Bukhari from Russia. That is cylinder Bukhari. So instead of Bukhari, you can use this powder for this application. But problem is there. One day problem क्योंकि you have to put that strip inside. ये ऐसा strip आपको लगाना पड़ेगा. So that water is not contact immediately all pads. So you have to put one here, just like your water filter in house. The small water droplets are started. So that system I am imagining actually, but I have not started this work. So you have to put here some water, 50 ml water or whatever the quantity of water, and that droplets of water should come by channel and touch with that powder in a small quantity. अगर आप जल्दी सब पाउडर को टच हो जाएगा तो दैट टेम्परेचर विल राइज इमीडिएटली मोर देन 37 और तो यू हैव टू मेंटेन. अगर आप 12 बजे अगर वो सोल्जर ने ये सिस्टम लगा दिया बॉडी वार्मिंग एंड ही कैन मैंने स्लीप वेरी नाइसली अप टू मॉर्निंग. 4 घंटा निकल गया ना, वो लोग सोते नहीं. दैट इज द रीजन वो फुल नाइट सोते नहीं क्योंकि इतना दूध ठंडी रहता है. हाउ टू प्रोटेक्ट देम. और बाकी क्या है वहाँ पे बुखारी भी नहीं चलता है मिडनाइट में क्योंकि वो जब वार करके आती है डायरेक्ट आती है वहाँ पे जो बुखारी रहता है केरोसिन बेस्ड, केरोसिन भी वहाँ पे चलता नहीं क्योंकि केरोसिन मिलता ही नहीं. यू हैव टू थिंक दैट एक्चुअली दिस इज द प्रपोजल गिवन बाय योर
So we will rethink again on this, and we will come back to you, sir.
Second thing is you have to avoid this polyclinic problem क्योंकि it is not mixed with अपना ये meeting. So you have to think this material also consume in the normal अपना meeting में consume भी हो. Otherwise इसका थप्पी लग जाएगा वहाँ पे तो वो लोग they are very clear person. They want to avoid the dirty. अगर ये reaction हो गया इसको आप वहाँ पे फेंक देंगे ना, how to dissolve this in the normal water. That is also one task.
Okay, sir, we will come back to you. From which department? Yes.
बॉडी वार्मर थोड़ा अनकंफर्टेबल हो जाएगा.
टेंट में तो वही तो बोला बुखारी टेंट भी है. बुखारी जो बनाते टेंट के लिए रहता है वो टेंट तो चलता ही नहीं ना. बुखारी में क्या होता है जब आपका मिडनाइट में वो लोग केरोसिन वो बुखारी अभी अगर आप जलाएंगे ना यू विल गेट द रिजल्ट आफ्टर 1 hour or 1.5 hours. एंड सेकंड थिंग इज डेंजरस है. आपने जरूर वहाँ पे होता है ना बारिश तो उसका जो चिमनी रहता है ना वो चोकअप हो जाता है. पूरा कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड बैक होता है. वो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड से क्या होगा वो जो तेज हुआ है वो बुखारी का इसलिए उनको टिपलेट चाहिए कि जैसा कि इधर लगा देगा. इवन आप जैकेट दे कैन यूजिंग वार ये सिचुएशन ऑल्सो दे कैन पुट. अगर सब लोग वार चल अभी क्या हो रहा है वो डिस्टर्ब होता है ना, अगर उनको खाना नहीं मिल रहा है नींद बराबर नहीं हो रहा है इसलिए वो लोगों का थोड़ा एंग्जाइटी जो है थोड़ा बढ़ रहा है क्योंकि इसके ऊपर कुछ ने देखा ही नहीं. आपने बॉडी वार्मिंग हो गया जो देख हैंडग्लोव्स वार्मिंग वो जो हैंडग्लोव्स पहनते हैं ना आप उसके नीचे आप ये पैकेट्स को रख के उसको भी गर्म करने का. बॉडी वार्मिंग के ऊपर बहुत सारे ये लेकिन ये मटेरियल को आपको कुछ चेंजेस करना पड़ेगा. अभी ट्रायल पर्पस के लिए ठीक है. नॉर्मली यू कैन यूज दैट पेपर कवर जो रहता है ना उसको लगा दे. दैट कैन आल्सो यूज क्योंकि उसके अंदर का लेयर भी कुछ चिपकने वाला रहता है, क्योंकि वी हैव यूज्ड ओनली दैट एल्यूमिनियम इनसाइड कोटिंग और ये
just look yourself in the eyes. Yeah, what a shot that you've got. Don't leave this moment behind. Let's get going. Let's get
What makes an aircraft fly? That is the question that a group of college kids set out to answer when they decided to come together to form a small student-run team dedicated to aero design. What started as a small venture by a few aviation lovers sharing knowledge amongst themselves to build an aircraft has now expanded to Team Onyx India, a student-run organization that can create high-quality aircrafts that can compete at an international level. Our motto is aiming for the sky. Attempting to be better than we were yesterday lies at the core of the team. We are continuously working to improve our knowledge and skills with each passing day. The primary function of the team is to provide a foundation for students interested in the field of aviation and give them a good entry point into the industry. Working in the team gives students a glimpse into how it would be to work in the industry. Along with helping to show the real-world applications for the concepts we learn in textbooks, they also have to learn people management, problem solving, and financial management skills, which will be essential for the rest of their careers.
Team Onyx India is the official aeromodeling club of KGS. We are a student-run organization that is dedicated to designing aircrafts for competitions. Since our inception in 2011, we have stayed true to our motto, aiming for the sky, by continuing to improve, expanding our knowledge base, and testing our theoretical and analytical skills in a competitive environment. Our main goal is to provide a platform to students who love aviation to explore the field. We also organize workshops to share our knowledge about the field with those who are interested. We also participate in several national and international competitions. Our main focus being SAE Aero Design East, which is held in the US. Love and passion for the field are what made us attempt this endeavor. However, we believe that we need to show good results to back up our heart.
Let's have a quick walk through the steps our team goes through when designing planes for such competitions. The first thing needed to design our plane is the problem statement. The PS is provided by the competition organizers and is a detailed guideline of what the participants are and aren't allowed to do and what the plane is expected to achieve. The first step in building our plane is closely examining and understanding the PS. There is a lot of information provided by the problem statement that we need to take into consideration when designing the aircraft, such as size parameters, payload requirements, accessories allowed, scoring formula, etc. After taking a close look at the rules, we come together to brainstorm the design for the aircraft. Members put forth their ideas and the initial outlines for the final plane start forming here. In this phase, we go through various iterations of tweaking the design and different simulations are used to optimize the design as much as possible. While designing the plane, members need to keep in mind not just the requirement of the PS but the ease of manufacturing, durability of the aircraft, and transportation logistics. All necessary calculations are made to figure out how each component of the plane fits together in a combination best suited for our needs. A variety of designing and simulation software is used by the team in this phase. The XFLR-5 software is first used to determine the airfoil and other basic parameters of the aircraft, such as its wingspan, CG of the aircraft, and so on. A 3D model of the plane is built using 3D modeling software such as SolidWorks. This helps in visualizing how the final product should look like. The 3D model is run through various simulation softwares to optimize its performance. Finite element analysis using ANSYS and CFD analysis using SimScale is carried out on the model as well. We use MATLAB for dynamic in-flight analysis. MATLAB and Simulink can also be used for various other analysis and simulations carried out for optimization. MotoCalc and eCalc are used for motor and propeller selections as well. The use of such software is essential to design the best aircraft we can, as it helps spot the issues the aircraft may face in flight and solve them preemptively. Now we start the fabrication of the plane. Here, all the necessary components are procured, manufactured, and assembled. We use various manufacturing methods depending on what any given part requires, from laser cutting to 3D printing to water jet cutting to good old-fashioned manual saw cutting. In this part of the process, we need to pay close attention and check for manufacturing errors that may not present themselves while 3D modeling. Observe what effects it could have on the flight performance and adjust the design accordingly. Once the plane is completely manufactured and the basic tests have been performed on all of the components, it is time for the flight test. Here we check the aircraft's flight performance and compare it with the expected performance. If there are any errors or deviations, we check and find the reason for them, and these tests might bring to light issues that weren't predicted in the simulations performed. Depending upon the result of the flight test and the time left before the competition, we may make the required corrections to the initial prototype's design to make either a second prototype or move straight to the final design. The same process of designing, fabrication, and testing is used. At the end of these iterations, we have our final model ready. While the aircraft is ready, the team is also required to make a design report and a technical presentation, which will be presented in the competition. Both of these cover the entire process of creating the final aircraft. We are required to go into detail about the reasons for each design choice and the specifications of each component. And that is all that goes into preparing an aircraft for international competitions. Along with participating in competitions, our team also organizes workshops each year to introduce people to the basics of aero modeling. These workshops aim to spark an interest in the field of aero design and aviation in other students and give other aviation enthusiasts a chance to gain foundational skills and the basic knowledge needed to design and build an aircraft. These workshops are divided into two main parts. In the first section, we teach them the basic theory and concepts of aeronautics. We also teach them how to navigate some of the essential softwares required to design planes. It provides them with a strong base from which they can continue to improve their skills and give them a behind-the-scenes peek into how aircrafts are created. The second part of the workshop focuses on the manufacturing and flight of the plane. The participants of the workshop are given a chance to build an aircraft of their own. We provide the participants with the required materials and our members carefully guide the participants through the process. The participants get a chance to put into practice the concepts they learned in the first part of the workshop. The aircrafts built by the participants are also given a test flight with the help of our pilot. For our first season back in 2011, we created the Python 5, which ranked first among Mumbai-based teams and fourth in the nation. Our design report and technical presentation were amongst the best internationally. In our next season, we managed to secure the second rank in India and continue to rise in rank in the design report and the technical presentation. We participated in the Boeing National Aero Modeling Competition 4 times in the period between 2015 and 16. This upward curve continued, and by 2017, we decided to go international and participate in the SAE Aero Design East with the aircraft Omega for the micro class and Phoenix Deglace for the regular class. Here we managed to rank first in the technical presentation and third in the design report in the nation. In 2018, we ranked 4th in Asia and 15th internationally with our model, the Millennium Falcon. Last year, we continued to rise in ranks, with Excelsior ranking 2nd in Asia and 13th globally, also securing the 5th rank for our technical presentation.
Hi, I'm Saurabh Mistry, and I was one of the founding members of Team Onyx. And as you know, Team Onyx has been participating in SAE Aero Design since my time. And I believe it's a fantastic platform where students really learn much more than just engineering. And I've come to learn that it's almost like a startup environment. They learn constraint analysis and designing, financial supports, team management, etc. And it's a fantastic platform for students to really learn a lot of stuff. And I wish them all the best, and I've been supporting them for years and shall continue to support them.
Participating in international competitions provides us with exposure to a larger and more diverse community in the aero design field. It exposes us to feedback from industry experts from across the globe, and thus allows us to improve exponentially compared to what just national level competitions could provide. Recently, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have had to change our usual routine to comply with the required precautions necessary to maintain public health and safety. However, this has not discouraged us. We are working harder than ever to maintain the level of productivity despite difficult circumstances. We are currently in the process of training the newest members of our team remotely in various designing processes to give them the required skills to contribute to the final aircraft design. Now, the question remains, what does the future hold for Team Onyx India? We are happy to announce that we will be participating in the Advanced Class category for the SAE Aero Design East 2022. It will be the most complicated PS we have attempted to date, and we cannot wait to show you the final product in flight at the competition ground. We at Team Onyx India are truly grateful to the KJ Somaya College of Engineering as well as the Somaya Trust for allowing us the opportunity to spread our wings by pursuing a field that we love. We are also thankful to all our sponsors for believing in us. We would not be able to reach where we are without all the support we have been blessed with. Lastly, here's a message from our team ex-captain Nadeem Noor for young dreamers out there.
Young dreamers out there, never to get disappointed from like not being able to do what you want and stuck of what you are, because there's always hope and there's always possibilities that you can have no matter where you get stuck. It's just you that you have to follow your dreams, your goals that you want to achieve rather than to be stuck with what you have.
Team Onyx India is a place for any students who have a love for all things aviation and drive to push beyond their comfort zone to achieve greatness. We will continue to steadily improve ourselves and do our best to aim for the sky. You can follow our team by following us on any social media platform at Team Onyx India. We hope you will continue to support us in our journey.
Through to the second day. The first of those candidates, Fahim, Hiba, and last but not least, Salah.
I think I have what it takes to win.
Welcome candidates, this is your next challenge. It's a primary assembly. Get set, go! Our candidates today are going to put together a exhaustive primaries.
So the winner for the Middle East is Fahim Shudawi.
Amazing feeling overall, undescribable. It felt like I finally achieved my dream. The entry door has opened for me. I have to put in the work and work my way through.
Jainam Gogri, and I am from Team KJC Robocon, former captain. We in Robocon are a team of robotic enthusiasts who work together to fabricate our own robots from scratch, which is based upon the theme given by ABU Robocon every year. So last year the theme was given by GMO China, and the theme was as follows. We had to throw arrows into pots, and every pot had different points. So the team to score the most number of points was the winner. So in Robocon we have different departments such as mechanical, electronics, embedded, marketing, creative, etc. We work together and fabricate our own robots, and we focus on individual growth as well as a team growth.
So we start our process by brainstorming new ideas and designing new mechanisms for our bot. In this process, we first start with an initial 3D model, a 3D CAD model of our mechanisms, and then we move on to MATLAB and Simulink for simulating our models in 3 dimensions. So after designing of our bots, we then move on to manufacturing processes, where we use different machines and different machine tools for manufacturing of our bots, and including different mechanisms. We even use additive manufacturing processes to build different mechanisms and different parts of our bot.
Okay, the electronics department started with the implementation of circuits on breadboard and puff board. So we designed the circuits like from getting the inputs and output of the system, like how many inputs are required for the microcontrollers or the sensors, or the outputs like how many motors are present for the same. After that, after designing, we started the PCB designing on software. So the PCB designing included like the schematic designing, layout designing, as well as the dimension setting. The electronics department acts as a bridge between the mechanical and the coding department. The pistons are actuated pneumatically and are controlled electronically by the solenoids.
We faced multiple issues while working on the robot. The main issue was the odometry data from our sensors. We couldn't get accurate data. We are working on solving this by implementing new algorithms and filters in our codes. So this will improve how we take in the localization and the odometry data from the robot.
I think one of the great aspects of working here in Robocon is how you don't need a technical background to work here or be in any of the departments. You can be someone in the mechanical engineering and still be a part of the embedded coding team, or you can be in the comms and IT department and still work as a mechanical guy. Even during the pandemic, we have had to travel long distances just so that our deadlines are met. And again, due to the lockdown restrictions, we have had very less time to work on those projects. So we have had to spend countless nights working here just so we can meet those deadlines.
This journey wouldn't have been possible without the help of our sponsors. Our sponsors helped us in procuring raw materials, right from sensors to mechanical actuators to mechanical components, right, also the electrical components which help to build the robot.
30 years. Our systems will help these vessels become
AVs in unmanned systems.
Side, and then there's a ferret emulator where we can then respond based on that.
Floating on the river and direct it towards the shore where the collector is. We sell to the recycling chemical take to be land-based collection where sea and river.
This one we start with deserts. We looked for interesting areas. It was the first real exploration. The deserts. We looked for interesting we have built
Hello Abhiyantriki 2021. This is Poly Space Technologies, a Budapest-based space company aiming at the moon calling. My name is Tibor Pacher. I'm the founder and CEO of Poly Space Technologies, and I would like to introduce to you some of the things we are doing in order to get to the moon. Our first lunar payload will be the so-called space-time plaque, which is a time capsule on Earth and on the moon. On this plaque, we preserve a piece of the collective memory of the Hungarians for the future. We have collected memories, stories, which we believe are worthy to enrich the image of the 21st century Hungary even thousands of years from now. This space-time plaque will be delivered to the surface of the moon in 2022 on board the Peregrine lunar lander of the US-based company Astrobotic. Let's go to the lunar resources. Water ice is one of the most valuable lunar resources. This is essential for future mission, permanent human presence and habitats on the moon. Therefore, it is crucial to find, characterize and map lunar water. The NASA-supported Lunar Water Snooper identifies hydrogen and therefore water ice. It measures quantity and distribution of these resources in the lunar surface regularly. This small device can map even a large area when mounted on a rover.
My name is David Luciani. I'm an applied physicist and lead payload scientist of the Lunar Water Snooper, the payload instrument we are currently developing at Poly Space Technologies. Our instrument will in situ identify and measure subsurface water content of the lunar soil, addressing important scientific goals of the NASA Artemis program and an essential need of the in situ research utilization community to map water deposits on the moon. It is designed to be mounted on small lunar rovers, therefore it is extremely small and lightweight, only 10 by 10 by 3 centimeters in size and less than 400 grams. It will produce very high resolution hydrogen resource maps when carried around by lunar rovers, finding even microcold traps containing water ice. The idea of this payload was born in April 2020 when NASA announced the Honey, I Shrunk the NASA Payload Challenge via the Heroics platform. Participating teams had to propose novel miniature payloads for the upcoming lunar robotic missions, and our payload concept won the first prize of this NASA challenge in the lunar resource category. In the second sequel challenge, Poly Space Technologies has been selected and funded by NASA for 1 year to develop the proposed payload and manufacture 3 flight-ready prototypes until the end of January 2022 and deliver them to NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. The instrument detects low-energy albedo neutrons produced by high-energy cosmic rays bombarding the lunar surface. While these neutrons scatter around, they lose energy, and many of them leave the regolith with an energy distribution characteristic to the local soil composition, which strongly depends on its hydrogen content. Inside the instrument, commercial off-the-shelf image sensors are used as particle detectors with a special neutron-sensitive coating detecting both thermal and epithermal neutrons separately. Based on the neutron count rates, it can measure the water equivalent hydrogen concentration of the surrounding lunar regolith down to a maximum of 1 meter depth. If the development goes well and all the qualification tests are passed at NASA JPL, the first Poly Lunar Water Snooper will be delivered to the moon by the end of 2023 or in 2024.
Our team has already gained a remarkable experience in analog planetary research to support future human and robotic planetary exploration. With the terrestrial prototypes of our Poly rover, we had several successful field tests on the Moon and Mars analog terrains, often cooperating with so-called analog astronauts. These missions were our mission Mauna Cast at Pisces at the Mauna Kea, Hawaii, the Mars 2013 mission in the desert of Sahara in Morocco, and the Amadei 15 expedition in the Alps, Austria.
Hello, my name is Mátyás Hazadi, and I'm a former young graduate trainee from ESA, ESTEC, from the HRE Lunar Lander team, and currently I'm the head of electrical engineering and the technical project lead in several projects in Puli Space Technologies. Puli Space Technologies is a former official Google Lunar X Prize team which designed a small, lightweight 10 or 15 kilogram rover which is able to fulfill the Google Lunar X Prize mission requirements, which are travel 500 meters in one lunar day, send back HD videos and images, panoramic images as well, and do this 90% privately funded. This is the Puli rover, the I-2.6 version of it, and this rover is a 15 kilogram, maximum 15 kilogram rover. It can traverse rough terrain. It's designed with these wheel legs to be able to climb into craters, climb over obstacles, go up in very extreme slopes. And basically it has 4 driven wheels. It has a rover body with a solar panel on the top. Currently this is a equiterritorial configuration of the rover. This is not for the polar region. We might modify it for the competition just to make it more realistic for the thing, but currently this is not foreseen. We will have enough energy to run 2.5 hours easily with the batteries only, so we don't need to specifically adapt this. The rover has 2 stereo camera pair up front. This one up front here is the HD camera. The other stereo camera pair is the navigational camera. These 2 cameras will be most likely used for the scientific measurements. These will be used during the competition to identify boulders and to identify interesting areas within the region of interest. And later on, we plan to add a 3rd camera, which will have a filter wheel in front of it in a similar manner like the Mars exploration rovers have been using the same exact method to identify the mineralogy of rocks on the surface of Mars. That's what we intend to use to be able to classify the boulders and be able to tell much more from the mineralogy of them during the competition. The rover also has navigation cameras on the sides and on the rear, also on the belly of the rover. That means we have a pretty good and pretty solid assumption from the surroundings. We will also extend the rover with a LiDAR, probably. That LiDAR will be applied to the belly of the rover. That's what we intend to use to further enhance the navigation capabilities and to be able to provide a map at the end of the competition and show the jury that this was the traversed path of the rover during the competition. With this rover, we have completed several field simulations already. For example, in 2013, the rover was out in the deserts of Morocco, and we had no access to the rover. The mission control was in Budapest. We had an internet connection to Innsbruck, to the Austrian Space Forum. They provided a satellite link to the rover, so we had a good 10 seconds delay, so we're pretty used to delays while driving the rover. And basically what we did joint run with another rover, cooperating rovers out in a dust storm. It was a Polish rover, and basically what we did, we traversed the deserts and we looked for interesting areas. It was the first real field simulations that we had. Also in 2013, we tested the rovers in Hawaii. We had 2 Puli rovers shipped there. The mission control remained in Budapest, and we had a good 12,500 kilometers separation between us and the rovers. Objective was to perform the Google Lunar X Prize requirements, visit points of interest marked on a preliminary map, and simulate the mooncast, one of the requirements of the Google Lunar X Prize. We sent back panoramic pictures, videos, and so on. In 2015, Amadei 15 was another field simulation organized by the Austrian Space Forum. Our rovers supported analog astronauts EVA. They marked an interesting piece of rock for them to recover. We constructed a map for the sample recovery mission and later on assisted the analog astronauts on recovering the sample. Since then, we have been working on right-sizing the rover, upgrading the communication protocol, which we will probably need to revert for the mission, as it's now currently optimized on highly limited bandwidth and real radio-based communication on the lunar surface. So that's what we're going to do now. As for the scientific objective, we intend to use the method that the Mars exploration rover Spirit and Opportunity used, filters wheels with the filters optimized for lunar minerals. Our approach is to have the light source on board the rover and provide the illumination for the camera and have the filter wheel in front of that camera that will enable us to measure these scientific properties of the boulders and to assess the mineralogy of the sample. Apart from that, colored images in the visible spectrum will be also provided from each rock sample. As for the map constructing, we intend to extend the visual images with a LiDAR scan and provide a more accurate map of the area with that. To sum up, we believe that our unusual mobility capabilities can fulfill the objectives required by these competitions, and we are very excited to be able to participate in this competition and see where we get with it. As you can see, these mobility capabilities are quite unusual for a conventional rover, I would say. So with all that, thank you for watching this video, and we're looking forward to meet you in the Netherlands. Until then, we will try to prepare a second rover for this competition so that we can do a joint run, which would be probably very interesting for you. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Just look yourself in the eyes. Yeah, what a shot that you've got. Don't leave this moment behind. Let's get going. Let's get going.
Having a monotonous life, it's not something that I can live up with. To me, first thing would be excellence. I cannot be at a place where my heart is not at.
Having fun is the most important thing. That is exactly what will keep you going. If you do it with a certain objective in mind, then the fun is gone.
There was a period of, I guess, 3 to 4 years where there was no dancing at all. The absence made me realize that this is something which I need to follow. This is something which I need to keep myself going.
There will be hundreds of reasons to not follow your passion, but you need only one reason to follow your passion that makes you happy, and the happiness is the best reason or the main reason that you should follow your passion.
Though failure hurts us, we really learn from that. We learn and try to do something better. This is why I choose to do what I do. It's very rewarding.
Sometimes passion even gets created from the adversities that you face in your life. You wanted to do something, you tried doing it, but you didn't succeed. That strengthens your resolve.
Definitely the things which I'm doing as my passion and the things I'm doing in office, they're quite same. As I'm a director and I narrate my stories, so I like to interact with the people. So in CTS Tech, I think I am buddy of almost 150 people.
I usually write stories, and in stories you have many characters, and every character plays or has a different kind of emotion, a different kind of backstory. Within CTS Tech, this passion has helped me to make better teams, better team coordinations, and I can say my team is always having happy faces, smiley faces.
People around me are more motivated looking at me. It's basically how cheerful you can be. Why I called it as passion, because I only define it in one word, like the feeling is good.
जिस तरीके से लाइफ जीना चाहिए, अपना गोल सक्सेस कर सके हो, तो वो करना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि इसके अलावा बाकी कुछ नहीं है.
Do something awesome.
Just look yourself in the eyes. Yeah, what a shot that you've got. Don't leave this moment behind. Let's get going. Let's get
Having a monotonous life, it's not something that I can live up with. To me, first thing would be excellence. I cannot be at a place where, my heart is not at.
Having fun is the most important thing. That is exactly what will keep you going. If you do it with a certain objective in mind, then the fun is gone.
There was a period of, I guess, 3 to 4 years where there was no dancing at all. The absence made me realize that this is something which I need to follow. This is something which I need to keep myself going.
There will be hundreds of reasons to not follow your passion, but you need only one reason to follow your passion that makes you happy, and the happiness is the best reason or the main reason that you should follow your passion.
Though failure hurts us, we really learn from that. We learn and try to do something better. This is why I choose to do what I do. It's very rewarding.
Sometimes passion even gets created from the adversities that you face in your life. You wanted to do something, you tried doing it, but you didn't succeed. That strengthens your resolve.
Definitely the things which I'm doing as my passion and the things I'm doing in office, they're quite same. As I'm a director and I narrate my stories, so I like to interact with the people. So in CTS Tech, I think I am buddy of almost 150 people.
I usually write stories, and in stories you have many characters, and every character plays or has a different kind of emotion, a different kind of backstory. Within Citystic, this passion has helped me to make better teams, better team coordinations, and I can say my team is always having happy faces, smiley faces.
People around me are more motivated looking at me. It's basically how cheerful you can be. Why I called it as passion, because I only define it in one word, like the feeling is good.
जिस तरीके से लाइफ जीना चाहिए, अपना गोल सक्सेस कर सके हो, तो वो करना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि इसके अलावा बाकी कुछ नहीं है.
Do something.
Do something.
Do something awesome.
Through to the second day. The first of those candidates, Fahim, Hiba, and last but not least, Salah.
I think I have what it takes to win.
Welcome candidates, this is your next challenge. It's a primary assembly. Get set, go! Our candidates today are going to put together a exhaustive primaries.
So the winner for the Middle East is Fahim Shudawi.
Amazing feeling overall, undescribable. It felt like I finally achieved my dream. The entry door has opened for me. I have to put in the work and work my way through.
What makes an aircraft fly? That is the question that a group of college kids set out to answer when they decided to come together to form a small student-run team dedicated to aero design. What started as a small venture by a few aviation lovers sharing knowledge amongst themselves to build an aircraft has now expanded to Team Onyx India, a student-run organization that can create high-quality aircrafts that can compete at an international level. Our motto is aiming for the sky. Attempting to be better than we were yesterday lies at the core of the team. We are continuously working to improve our knowledge and skills with each passing day. The primary function of the team is to provide a foundation for students interested in the field of aviation and give them a good entry point into the industry. Working in the team gives students a glimpse into how it would be to work in the industry. Along with helping to show the real-world applications for the concepts we learn in textbooks, they also have to learn people management, problem solving, and financial management skills, which will be essential for the rest of their careers.
Team Onyx India is the official aeromodeling club of KTS. We are a student-run organization that is dedicated to designing aircrafts for competitions. Since our inception in 2011, we have stayed true to our motto, aiming for the sky, by continuing to improve, expanding our knowledge base, and testing our theoretical and analytical skills in a competitive environment. Our main goal is to provide a platform to students who love aviation to explore the field. We also organize workshops to share our knowledge about the field with those who are interested. We also participate in several national and international competitions. Our main focus being SAE Aero Design East, which is held in the US. Love and passion for the field are what made us attempt this endeavor. However, we believe that we need to show good results to back up our heart.
Let's have a quick walk through the steps our team goes through when designing planes for such competitions. The first thing needed to design our plane is the problem statement. The PS is provided by the competition organizers and is a detailed guideline of what the participants are and aren't allowed to do and what the plane is expected to achieve. The first step in building our plane is closely examining and understanding the PS. There is a lot of information provided by the problem statement that we need to take into consideration when designing the aircraft, such as size parameters, payload requirements, accessories allowed, scoring formula, etc. After taking a close look at the rules, we come together to brainstorm the design for the aircraft. Members put forth their ideas and the initial outlines for the final plane start forming here. In this phase, we go through various iterations of tweaking the design and different simulations are used to optimize the design as much as possible. While designing the plane, members need to keep in mind not just the requirement of the PS but the ease of manufacturing, durability of the aircraft, and transportation logistics. All necessary calculations are made to figure out how each component of the plane fits together in a combination best suited for our needs. A variety of designing and simulation software is used by the team in this phase. The XFLR-5 software is first used to determine the airfoil and other basic parameters of the aircraft, such as its wingspan, CG of the aircraft, and so on. A 3D model of the plane is built using 3D modeling software such as SolidWorks. This helps in visualizing how the final product should look like. The 3D model is run through various simulation softwares to optimize its performance. Finite element analysis using ANSYS and CFD analysis using SimScale is carried out on the model as well. We use MATLAB for dynamic in-flight analysis. MATLAB and Simulink can also be used for various other analysis and simulations carried out for optimization. MotoCalc and eCalc are used for motor and propeller selections as well. The use of such software is essential to design the best aircraft we can, as it helps spot the issues the aircraft may face in flight and solve them preemptively. Now we start the fabrication of the plane. Here, all the necessary components are procured, manufactured, and assembled. We use various manufacturing methods depending on what any given part requires, from laser cutting to 3D printing to water jet cutting to good old-fashioned manual saw cutting. In this part of the process, we need to pay close attention and check for manufacturing errors that may not present themselves while 3D modeling. Observe what effects it could have on the flight performance and adjust the design accordingly. Once the plane is completely manufactured and the basic tests have been performed on all of the components, it is time for the flight test. Here we check the aircraft's flight performance and compare it with the expected performance. If there are any errors or deviations, we check and find the reason for them, and these tests might bring to light issues that weren't predicted in the simulations performed. Depending upon the result of the flight test and the time left before the competition, we may make the required corrections to the initial prototype's design to make either a second prototype or move straight to the final design. The same process of designing, fabrication, and testing is used. At the end of these iterations, we have our final model ready. While the aircraft is ready, the team is also required to make a design report and a technical presentation, which will be presented in the competition. Both of these cover the entire process of creating the final aircraft. We are required to go into detail about the reasons for each design choice and the specifications of each component. And that is all that goes into preparing an aircraft for international competitions. Along with participating in competitions, our team also organizes workshops each year to introduce people to the basics of aero modeling. These workshops aim to spark an interest in the field of aero design and aviation in other students and give other aviation enthusiasts a chance to gain foundational skills and the basic knowledge needed to design and build an aircraft. These workshops are divided into two main parts. In the first section, we teach them the basic theory and concepts of aeronautics. We also teach them how to navigate some of the essential softwares required to design planes. It provides them with a strong base from which they can continue to improve their skills and give them a behind-the-scenes peek into how aircrafts are created. The second part of the workshop focuses on the manufacturing and flight of the plane. The participants of the workshop are given a chance to build an aircraft of their own. We provide the participants with the required materials and our members carefully guide the participants through the process. The participants get a chance to put into practice the concepts they learned in the first part of the workshop. The aircrafts built by the participants are also given a test flight with the help of our pilot. For our first season back in 2011, we created the Python 5, which ranked first among Mumbai-based teams and fourth in the nation. Our design report and technical presentation were amongst the best internationally. In our next season, we managed to secure the second rank in India and continue to rise in rank in the design report and the technical presentation. We participated in the Boeing National Aero Modeling Competition 4 times in the period between 2015 and 16. This upward curve continued, and by 2017, we decided to go international and participate in the SAE Aero Design East with the aircraft Omega for the micro class and Phoenix de Glace for the regular class. Here we managed to rank first in the technical presentation and third in the design report in the nation. In 2018, we ranked 4th in Asia and 15th internationally with our model, the Millennium Falcon. Last year, we continued to rise in ranks, with Excelsior ranking 2nd in Asia and 13th globally, also securing the 5th rank for our technical presentation.
Hi, I'm Saurabh Mistry, and I was one of the founding members of Team Onyx. And as you know, Team Onyx has been participating in SAE Aero Design since my time. And I believe it's a fantastic platform where students really learn much more than just engineering. And I've come to learn that it's almost like a startup environment. They learn constraint analysis and designing, financial supports, team management, etc. And it's a fantastic platform for students to really learn a lot of stuff. And I wish them all the best, and I've been supporting them for years and shall continue to support them.
Participating in international competitions provides us with exposure to a larger and more diverse community in the aero design field. It exposes us to feedback from industry experts from across the globe, and thus allows us to improve exponentially compared to what just national level competitions could provide. Recently, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have had to change our usual routine to comply with the required precautions necessary to maintain public health and safety. However, this has not discouraged us. We are working harder than ever to maintain the level of productivity despite difficult circumstances. We are currently in the process of training the newest members of our team remotely in various designing processes to give them the required skills to contribute to the final aircraft design. Now, the question remains, what does the future hold for Team Onyx India? We are happy to announce that we will be participating in the Advanced Class category for the SAE Aero Design East 2022. It will be the most complicated PS we have attempted to date, and we cannot wait to show you the final product in flight at the competition ground. We at Team Onyx India are truly grateful to the KJ Somaya College of Engineering as well as the Somaya Trust for allowing us the opportunity to spread our wings by pursuing a field that we love. We are also thankful to all our sponsors for believing in us. We would not be able to reach where we are without all the support we have been blessed with. Lastly, here's a message from our team ex-captain Nadeem Noor for young dreamers out there.
Young dreamers out there, never to get disappointed from not being able to do what you want and stuck of what you are, because there's always hope and there's always possibilities that you can have no matter where you get stuck. It's just you that you have to follow your dreams, your goals that you want to achieve rather than to be stuck with what you have.
Team Onyx India is a place for any students who have a love for all things aviation and drive to push beyond their comfort zone to achieve greatness. We will continue to steadily improve ourselves and do our best to aim for the sky. You can follow our team by following us on any social media platform at Team Onyx India. We hope you will continue to support us in our journey.
Now got Orion Racing coming around.
I think it's going to be the first time that an Indian team is the first ever team to complete endurance. Congratulations, car number 27. You are our first team to complete endurance.
The video shown in the start was from Formula Student Germany competition in 2012 held at Hocken am Ring. That's where Orion Racing India made history. Orion Racing India is the official Formula Student team of KJ Somaya College of Engineering comprising of 70 plus students from different engineering departments. The team was inspected in 2006 with a bunch of highly spirited engineers came together with a vision to build a formula-style race car. We strive throughout the year with an aim to represent India throughout the world. Formula Student is an international design competition where teams from different technical universities around the globe have to build a single-seater race car, not only to compete in dynamic events but also to validate our knowledge and understanding of technical concepts, manufacturing feasibility, and the business world. With the support of our college and industrial sponsors, we have been progressing rapidly each year. In the year 2018, we successfully built our first carbon fiber monocoque, which is F1 technology implemented for the first time by any team in India. Year 2019 was a year of evolution. We shifted from combustion vehicle to an electric one and built our first electric prototype, Artemis, which ranked highest in Asia and 22nd worldwide in Formula Student Germany 2019. So you might wonder, what does it take to build this car? The aerodynamic package of our car consists of the rear wing, the front wing, and the side diffuser, which are manufactured using carbon fiber. The effect of aerodynamic forces on the stability of the vehicle and its interaction with different systems like suspension, braking, cooling are of primary importance while conceptualizing and designing the aerodynamic package of the race car. This aerodynamic package helps the vehicle glide swiftly and smoothly cut corners, increasing the vehicle's dynamic performance. At just 125 km per hour, Artemis produces enough downforce to be driven upside down. Bodyworks and composites team take care of all structure floor, manufacturing of all enclosures, and providing the basic bodyworks for the vehicle, which are integral for optimum performance. Artemis is equipped with accelerator and brake pedals machined from aerospace grade materials. It consists of pedal box, the hydraulic system, and the brake disc and sensors for regenerative braking. Together, they help her accelerate up to her top speed and brake back zero before you can say Artemis. The cooling system in the car plays a vital role in maintaining an optimal operating temperature over a range of ambient conditions and to get the maximum efficiency out of the system. The motor and the motor controller of Artemis is equipped with a liquid cooling system that uses a single heat exchanger. On the other hand, the battery pack is air-cooled using air ducts and fans. One might say this is the coolest system on the car. The part that connects the vehicle to the racetrack is the tires, and hence it is one of the crucial aspects of a race car. While absorbing all shocks, our suspension ensures that the vehicle maintains optimum performance at any dynamic condition. The dynamics can be altered just by making configurations in the suspension. Artemis features a 3D printed steering wheel, which consists of a screen to share vehicle feedback to the driver. To prevent roll movement of the vehicle, Artemis features a Z-type anti-roll bar made out of titanium grade 5. Drivetrain plays a very vital role for deciding the basic and crucial parameters, that is, the top speed, torque on wheels, tire longitudinal forces, acceleration, and lap time. A single motor differential rear wheel drive system is used. This is small but sturdy system consisting of the PMSM motor working in sync with a number of self-designed components. A chain drive transmits the power to the wheel through custom-made hub shafts. Watching the motor transmit the power to the wheel feels like poetry in motion and enables Artemis to reach speed up to 120 km per hour. The accumulator of an electric vehicle is the powerhouse of an electric vehicle powertrain alongside the motor and the motor controller. Accumulator consists of a complex assembly of lithium-ion cells placed in series and parallel connections to obtain 470 volts and 9 kW of energy. It consists of self-designed BMS or the battery management system, which logs all critical parameters. This power is given to the MRAX 228 HV motor, a permanent magnet synchronous motor at the heart of the powertrain. It can silently deliver 100 kW of power. The LV electronics consists of all components powered by the low voltage battery. This includes our ECU, data acquisition system, and various sensors with which we transmit data via a single CAN bus. Since data is an important aspect in designing and prototyping race cars, the data of Artemis is logged by a data acquisition system that logs over 230 plus parameters of the vehicle. Driver inputs are sent to the vehicle via our ECU to the motor controller and driver interface for feedback. If you do not know what compromise is, ask a chassis team. Having days confused between the weight and the torsional stiffness, they made a chassis which has a perfect blend of both. The chassis of a Formula Student vehicle is a framework that supports and protects the driver and various components present on the vehicle. The rear bulkhead, milled from Aluminum 7 series, which is used to strength, is just a cherry on the top. It increases accuracy and helps us save 2 hours of our assembly time. The driver being an important factor affecting the vehicle performance, chassis has to be designed considering comfort and ease of accessibility.
The self-driving car is a sleeping giant which can change everything from road safety to mobility for everyone while drastically reducing danger. Formula Student Driverless fronts students with a completely new challenge which involves building a high-performance autonomous race car. It is a competition that has never existed before, and we, the members of Orion Racing India, are thrilled to be working towards developing an autonomous car. When thinking about a driverless vehicle, the first thing that comes to mind is AI. But in reality, a driverless vehicle is much more than just AI. It involves the collaboration of various departments working hand in hand with one another to achieve a common objective. Perception. The main goal of perception involves the use of a combination of high-tech sensors and cameras combined with the state-of-the-art neural networks to process and comprehend the environment around the vehicle in real time. State estimation. State estimation takes raw data from various sensors and fuses this data to generate an accurate estimate of the current position of the car with respect to the track using various localization algorithms. Mapping and planning. Mapping and planning takes the output from the previous systems and generates a map and decides the most efficient path for precision and speed. The map generated also provides waypoints for the car to get a good cornering speed, a fast exit, to minimize tire wear, and to give a better lap timing. Control and simulation. Control takes the input from mapping and state estimation modules to determine the throttle, braking, and steering commands to be given to the car. Various simulation platforms are used to determine the accuracy of the algorithms used in various modules, along with determining the effect of various driving conditions on the vehicle. Participating is one thing, whereas achieving is something else. Orion Racing India has proved its worth by showcasing its will of fire in the past by grabbing all the podiums and by setting astounding records. The year 2010, the team stood at the 8th position for the Bosch Most Innovative Use of Electronics at Formula Student Germany. The team grabbed onto the 12th position for the Business Plan Presentation at Formula Student Germany 11. In the year 2012, Orion Racing India became the first ever team to complete all the dynamic events at FSG 12. The team was crowned the winners for the Design Challenge at FS India 2015. Orion Racing India grabbed onto the podium at FS India 16 and stood first in the cost analysis event. In 2017, the team stood third at the cost analysis event at Formula Student Germany 2017. In the year 2018, Orion Racing India stood at the 4th position for overall static events and also grabbed onto the first place in the combustion category and electric design at FP18. 2019 marked the year where the team was crowned as the best Asian team in electric category at FSG 19, and the team also stood at the 4th position for business plan presentation. In 2020, Orion Racing India grabbed onto its 4th consecutive podium at Formula Bharat and became the first Indian team to get an invite to the ever prestigious Formula Student Spain competition. To get a better insight and to contact us further, you may visit our website orionracing.com, or you may even contact us through any of our social media handles.
Hello and welcome to the panel session at Abhiyantriki. Panel session has previously ventured into pressing topics of the decade and has been pivotal in increasing the knowledge of the audience regarding the respective topics by leaps and bounds. This year is extremely significant in the history of this event as we seek on the path of cryptocurrencies and its interaction with cybersecurity and AI/ML. Now, I would like to invite on stage one of the most captivating hosts, Mr. Srivar Sartoria, along with all the panelists. So I would like to have a huge round of applause for everyone.
Check, 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 check. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this panel session. We have a very interesting topic going on, and it's something that, whenever I open Instagram, this is something that I see all the time. I am not from the crypto background, just by the way. Yeah, exactly. Same as Ritesh. And you all will agree with me that whenever you all open Instagram these days, there's some news about crypto. There's some news about the metaverse. And to me, it's very confusing. Like, how do we make sense of all of that? How do we make sense of the very basics? And of course, the additional layers on that. So for that reason, we have a few panelists with us. So I'm going to be introducing the panelists. I'm going to be having a nice introduction on them and what they specialize in and what their journey has been in this amazing world of cryptocurrency. So first we have Mr. Siddharth Sogani. Mr. Sogani is the founder and CEO of Tribaco Global, which is a research, intelligence and rating company focused on blockchain and cryptocurrencies. Tribaco has one of the largest comprehensive research databases in the industry with over 2,500 projects globally. Siddharth is a double master's in international trade, banking and finance, so a lot of money over there. He's a specialist in foreign trade and is also a certified Bitcoin professional, unlike your friends who just advise you to invest in Bitcoin, I see. Siddharth has helped Tribaco develop a unique matrix to conduct an assessment of emerging tech companies in mainly blockchain and crypto using 150 parameters covering legal, tech, financials and due diligence, involving over 2,000 data points and making that data immutable using blockchain technology. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Siddharth Sogani? And right on to his left is Mr. Ritesh Bhatia, who's also, as he said, not from the crypto background, but he is a well-known cybercrime investigator and cybersecurity and data privacy consultant with experience of 20 years in cyberspace. He's a two-time TEDx speaker and a certified fraud examiner from ACFE, USA, and is popularly known for his cybercrime investigations. He's been successful in solving many cases for large corporations, organizations, law enforcement agencies, celebrities even, and one of his most successful cases on busting a WhatsApp group that was circulating child sexually abusive material was appreciated not just by the Indian police, but also Interpol. And he's also played the role of his real-life self as a cybercrime investigator in MTV's award-winning show, MTV Troll Police. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Ritesh Bhatia. And on to Mr. Ritesh Bhatia's left, we have Mr. Satwik Vishwanath. He's been a pioneer of the Bitcoin, of the crypto space really in India. An MBA graduate from Melbourne Business School, he's now a successful entrepreneur and has always put his heart into innovative and disruptive technology. His business journey started with VentureNext in 2008, which was involved with custom scripting for the businesses in the virtual world called Second Life. Virtual worlds, now we hear of metaverse. Well, he's been doing it for a long time now. After being acquainted with Bitcoin in 2013, his next venture, CoinMonk Ventures, aimed at bringing Bitcoin awareness to the public and organized the Global Bitcoin Conference in December 2013. I'm pretty sure some of us were in middle school that time. And that was obviously the first ever Bitcoin conference in India. And at the conference, he launched a Bitcoin buy and sell service called Unicoin.com. And it's of course there right now as well, which specializes in providing Bitcoin services that include Bitcoin storage, buying, selling, merchant gateway, and POS app that is offering the benefits of no volatility risk, zero transaction fee, and no chargebacks. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satwik Vishwanath. And closest to me on my right is Mr. Prasanna Lohar. Mr. Lohar is practicing digital transformation, innovation implementation and architecture orchestration at DCB Bank. He has launched global innovation programs, the DCB Bank Innovation Carnival. It will bring an experience of unique innovation generation through hackathons and accelerator programs in India. So all the accelerator programs you always want to be a part of. Mr. Lohar is a guy. He has mentored more than 250 startups during this program and is associated with many accelerators, partners, government, education institutes to practice open innovation. And he's working with various innovation, fintech, blockchain forums to create a robust innovation ecosystem in India. Round of applause for Mr. Prasanna Lohar. And just an introduction of myself. My name is Shiva Chotaria. I am not related to Bitcoin in any way, but I'm just very interested in tech, and I'm a podcaster as well. All right. So, are we ready, gentlemen, for the first question? Okay. So, the first question is really a basic one. What are your views on cryptocurrencies? If you can just give me a one-line answer, and we'll start, from everyone, just a one-line answer on what cryptocurrencies, just a view on what cryptocurrencies really are. We can start with Siddharth.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
So, hi, evening. Thanks for having me here. See, according to me, crypto is the it's a shift in paradigm of the financial markets, and in the coming year, we are already seeing it get into mainstream adoption.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, in the coming years, I believe it's going to be taking over the existing traditional banking and financial systems. Yep.
Sure.
For me, it's made my life hell.
Well, we'll get to the depths of that as well, I'm sure, as the evening progresses.
Get into it. But before that, aren't these students like taking social distancing too seriously? इतना दूर बैठ रहे हैं हमसे, इतनी सारी जगह आगे खाली है तो.
Yeah, it'll be lovely to have them up front and have a conversation. Of course, we're live on YouTube as well, so if you do have any questions, please put it on the live comments. We will be answering it. So we will have a panel discussion, of course, and then we'll be entertaining questions from the audience as well.
Okay, so according to me, Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies are the digital assets enabling fast and free payments on the internet without third party. That's pretty much.
Yeah, I think I do agree. Yeah, I agree with Satvik. So cryptocurrency is one of the use case of so-called blockchain technology, and it gives a challenge. Rather, it gives a better path for doing better banking. Say, example, if on the same technology, if I can bring on digital currency, it will do away a lot of operations, lot of costs which we have incurred so far since last 50-60 years. That's a way ahead. With a better regulation, with the better cryptos, we'll have a better life. That's what I
understand. So just to summarize it, blockchain is, of course, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So blockchain is essentially, cryptocurrencies are based on the blockchain technology, and they're a sort of asset. Of course, digital assets, Bitcoin is one of them, and they will basically revolutionize currency, and they will basically revolutionize our life, because पैसा है तो मतलब काफी कुछ बनता है उससे. तो definitely Bitcoin will be one of the most disruptive things, as Siddharth was also saying. It's already here, and that really brings me to my next question. That we know it as a method of payment, but what are some of the other functions of cryptocurrencies that we've seen? Because for example, I'll just give an example for the audience. Ethereum, which is of course one of the biggest cryptocurrencies over there. Most of the NFTs are based on Ethereum. So other than just payment, what do you think? What else can cryptocurrencies be used for?
So see, the underlying technology uses blockchain, and crypto, like Bitcoin specifically, it uses peer-to-peer technology. It uses internet. It uses blockchain technology, and the token which runs on top is known as Bitcoin. So what people have done is they have taken out blockchain out of Bitcoin, and they have started implementing it to different use cases, which validates the transactions. Validates the existence on the internet. So now the crypto thing, you just mentioned metaverse, right? So a lot of NFTs are coming into space. It also enables decentralized finance.
Sure.
That means there is no central authority, but the smart contract takes all the it's a program basically. So basically you can invest and get into the staking game, right? So instead of earning interest, you get the tokens issued by the smart contract. And a lot of it's a very evolving space, right? Earlier this year, I didn't even know much about NFTs, and it is in 10 months it's already at somewhere at its peak. So it's a ever evolving space. You have to be on your toes, educate yourself every day. Those are some of the use cases.
Yeah. I think, so as you rightly said, crypto is one of the use cases, right? We need to talk about primarily crypto and its use cases, non-fungible tokens and relevant area adoption in creating those, like what Amitabh Bachchan did or what Salman did, right? Yeah. So on those lines, I am hearing almost 1 or 2 projects every day on new projects, right? On NFT, like Metaverse we are talking about.
Sure.
Today I met one AR/VR company immediately connected to another blockchain company. Now they are digging out how can it be on a Metaverse and that NFT marketplace on a diamond industry. Correct. So likewise, apart from these use cases, as our friend said about decentralized finance, which is like I think 100 billion plus marketplace now.
Correct.
And these are some of those platforms built on Ethereum or multi-chain, which can create another parallel banking ecosystem, right?
Of course.
Or there are other use cases which is based upon a blockchain like central bank digital currency, or I can name 40 more use cases in banking industry, like we can have a decentralized KYC or cross-border payment.
Correct.
So technology is there. Apart from crypto, there are many more other use cases.
Sure.
And the journey has recently started. It's not only crypto companies, but banks, regulators also looking at heavily on a right and better direction.
Absolutely.
With the better regulation, let's see how it can really give more and more better use cases
for sure. Satvik, any thoughts on the different use cases?
Sure. So whatever is possible in our banking sector, right, and what all that industry is doing, it goes from say lending, borrowing, to insurance, to mutual funds, to like 100 different things that they can do. Technically, all of that is possible on the crypto as well, but just that the underlying technology to store this data is blockchain. If blockchain is more complicated for anyone to understand, they just need to believe in the fact that it is universal in nature and immutable. Apart from those two, as a common man, they don't need to know how every little bits and pieces of it internally it is working. They just need to believe these two, and they'll be able to understand why cryptocurrencies are kind of people are seeing it to be the future of how the transactions will be happening in the world in the future. Then the known applications that we have already achieved to some kind of maturity, or through smart contracts, right? Whatever can be digitized, it can be used in crypto. Right? So it's as simple as that. Whatever is more perspective based, you cannot do it because you need a perfect, at the end it needs to be a perfect yes or no answer for a transaction or maybe a smart contract to just work. And then we have decentralized financing, and recently we have NFTs as well. And these are just like starting part of it. It's like, we have the MySQL database or Oracle database.
Correct.
That's pretty much what is invented so far. And then some choto-moto applications are there. We just have getting started is what I think.
Ritesh, what I want to know from you is that, there are so many of these use cases which, the other panelists have spoken about. How has that really affected, the cyber crimes? Like, of course, there will be loads of entry points for cyber criminals, and that has been on the rise. But in your case, what have you observed? Where is the most amount of traction, let's say, where these cyber criminals get? Is it with the transactions, or is it with something like NFTs, which is, of course, another form of transactions? But where do you find it to be the most volatile in terms of cyber crimes, or the most hostile, really, when it comes to cybercrime?
You mean to say the cryptos, right?
Yeah, the cryptos.
Misuse of the
misuse, exactly.
So when we are talking about the misuse of the cryptos, the first thing that will come to anybody's mind would be the dark web.
Sure.
Because on dark web, it's just the Bitcoin or it's the Monero. Correct. These are the two which are like the trending maximum. And what is happening? Like you might have heard about ransomware attacks.
Sure.
What is happening about the ransomware attacks also? They are demanding only in Bitcoins. Now it's not that the Bitcoin is you just cannot trace it. Of course, these people would be able to say you can trace it because that's transparency is the main thing of a blockchain, right? But then these guys go a step ahead and they do something called as the tumbling. So they do the tumbling of their wallets, of their, and they tumble it. So what happens is, like, three of us come together, the four of us, we mix our kind of the wallet IDs and all that. The money then actually, when it comes, it knows where it has to go. So there's a lot of smartness that is being used, and that's the reason if you see the drugs, the exploits that are being made, like now you have ransomware as a service.
Correct.
So you're demanding in bitcoins, you're getting your own bitcoin, you have to pass it. I mean, you just have to give 20% over there in bitcoins, no KYCs, nothing over there. So it's rising. I'm not saying I'm against crypto. No, it's a very interesting thing. It's the future. There are no two doubts about it. But I'm just trying to also tell you that what are the dark sides, and I would want to stick to that today.
Yeah.
They've spoken about what's happening in crypto, a lot of scams, but that too around the public blockchain, right?
Yeah.
When you look at a private blockchain, we can define the way we want. Say example, one constitution of banks or constitution of bank along with the regulator. There are lot many processes in current banking which are disconnected. Say example, one process, any fraud happens in my bank, I have to report it to a process called FMR. And other banks or NBFCs can see that data, which is that fraudulent, right?
Correct.
So they can see after 45 days or after 40. That's a disconnected experience. Yeah. Likewise, I can identify many more processes in this banking space and say, let me do it in real time. Fraud happened, I reported immediately available to all the banks. So, say example, at a DCA bank, we have avoided so many NPA customers while giving the loans or while opening the account. So but that customer comes before 45 days, there is no restriction or control there. So I think likewise, there are many use cases, like Satvik said about banking, right? Banking can go completely as a crypto bank.
Yeah.
No need of reconciliation settlement the way today, and we can save a lot of INRs for banks or for those merchants where we pay a lot of MDR and so on. But it will take a lot of time because it's a foundation technology. It is not coming as a satellite technology getting attached to the current, right? It will take a lot of time. So while there are frauds happening, but blockchain comes and gives an answer, I will ease out your operation. There are some startup companies or companies who are coming and saying that while everything is coming in your network, so we act as a one more layer, that layer has to be challenged. Then it's a bit technical network. So all those packets will be entered inside my data center only if it is challenged to this blockchain layer. Just imagine, right? So there are both the sides. So wherein we can safeguard with your networks or private blockchain, but at the same time there are other areas where a lot of frauds are happening.
Got it. So that, ladies and gentlemen, I think is a very interesting point, right? Because here you have a technology which is rising, and of course we see even with social media or with Web 2 as we used to call it, there were a lot of things which we didn't know could go wrong, right? Which did. Like there were so many data leaks which happened. Of course, we all know about how Facebook was, before it was Meta, but how Facebook was really called to Congress for the data leaks which they had. And similarly with Web3 and with cryptocurrencies, there are many issues that are there. And I'm so glad that the panelists could really clarify on what these type of fraudulent activities are and how they can go wrong. So my next question is actually based on the two most popular. I really want to ask the audience if they can shout out the two most popular cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin and Ethereum. Exactly. Thank you so much for that. It is definitely Bitcoin and Ethereum. So what I want to ask the panel here is that, we see multiple transactions every day, and there are so many exchanges that have also started in India, which have made it so easy. Literally, you can start it with a PAN card registration and just your name and everything. You get an OTP and you can start trading in that. So we see so many transactions recorded every day. I'm pretty sure some of you all might have tried and tested it as well. Do you think that in the future, in the not so distant future, let's say, that cryptocurrency can be a sort of a global let's say a global currency which does not require any translations from dollar to INR and all of that middling fees and everything, and then trade becomes so much easier? Do you think that's a possibility or a probability that we are looking at a future where cryptocurrency is really a global currency, it's representing Earth, not one country and not one bank and certainly not one person?
Yeah. So if you're talking about next, say, 5 or 10 years down the way, it doesn't look like it's happening. And the crypto world moves so fast that the way it goes up, sometimes it comes down as well. So, it's too tough to predict what this looks like. So, only thing we had predicted, which had kind of going true for time being, is that its value will increase because its utility is kind of unmatched, right? So, like how at one point of time there was cost and time involved to send the message from one place to one place, even if it is from one city to one city. People had to use postcards or telegram. So eventually we are at a stage where, irrespective of how far it is, it's instantaneous and it is free. No one is paying for it. So eventually, at one point of time, we had a lot of transaction fees and delays as well for doing normal transactions, even between bank to bank. And it has kind of come to a stage where it's almost instantaneous and it's almost free. But again, when it comes to money, at least within India, we are restricting it only to India.
Correct.
But it is not so when it comes to messaging. Right. So now this cryptocurrency is what it is brought to the table is it doesn't care borders, right? So it's like how you can send an email from anywhere to anywhere. It just like goes and be done with that. And what are the two things that is quite crucial for these kinds of transactions to happen is you need some kind of electronic device like mobile phone and then internet. Right. So if we kind of believe that the cash will go away and only Paytm and UPI will stay, maybe then it will be the right time to think that okay, even UPI and Paytm will go away, only crypto will stay.
Got it.
Right. So that is a very far-fetched assumption, I think. But personally, I think the cash and normal digital transactions continues to be there. The payments that will happen on the internet alone will be digital in nature. And now people are spending like 4 or 5 active hours on the mobile phone.
Yeah.
But that could reduce as well, which will mean for rest of the 20 hours transactions they have to do offline. So
okay. Siddharth, would love to get your perspective on this as well.
So that's actually a very good point, right? We are getting into a global world.
Sure.
Okay, there is now we use a lot of services on the internet. Somebody's, like say for example Microsoft, right? So if you want to pay Microsoft, you use a credit card.
Yeah.
But there are there are so many people who don't have banking access, right? But with Bitcoin you just need a $50 phone.
Sure.
So and also there is something called as Triffin paradox, TRIFFIN, Triffin paradox. So this was during when the economic bills and everything were being made back in the mid 1900s. So Triffin paradox basically says that a global currency cannot exist for a long duration. So he even said that more than 95 like an average span of a currency is 95 years.
Got it.
Okay, so because say for example US dollar.
Correct.
The US dollar currently is dominating the world.
Sure, absolutely.
And the Chinese hate it, the EU hates it, right? Because wherever you go there is US dollar.
Yeah.
So now it has a lot of enemies, and eventually, because see the lending, borrowings all are taking place in US dollars.
Sure.
So that domination needs to go away. Okay, so you need a global currency, and Triffin paradox says that currency need not be issued by a sovereign. That means it has to be decentralized. So this was there back in mid 1900s. You guys can look it up on Google. It's quite informative to read about Triffin paradox.
Triffin paradox. That's
yeah. So I think Bitcoin is was needed, and it's there at the right time, because now we have got internet. In the 1900s, we did not have internet, right? So now it is feasible for that idea. I think J.M. Keynes, guys who are from economics.
Yeah.
So Keynes had also introduced, a paper which said Bancor, BANCOR, which could be a global currency. But then, because there was no internet then, it didn't make sense.
Sure.
But now it is.
It was too ahead of its time to actually.
Yep.
But now we have the.
But economically, you need something globally decentralized, which is not issued by a central bank or a sovereign.
Yeah, I think UPI, right? We spoke about UPI. See, UPI took 3 years to get into life.
Absolutely.
Right? So since inception of a first paper specification written in 2016 or 2015, it was announced in 2013 that we will come up with similar kind of ecosystem. But as a RBI vision statement, we said it should come in 2016. It came.
Yeah.
But for actual adoption, we needed some demonetization apps like Paytms and then Google Pay.
Yeah.
Making way around. Although it is deployed, implemented by banks, but actual adoption is happening at a end user level through some of those fintech apps.
Correct.
So if you look at that structure, and if you look at some of the examples we spoke about, Bitcoin, Ethereum, or how this decentralized payment happens. When you look at, or we see communication, right? We have seen that inland postcard era, then WhatsApp era, right?
Sure.
And we can't leave away WhatsApp era. When you look at this payments, which is happening internally at India level through UPIs or IMPS, which is an immediate payment, but in the back end, there is a one-day process for settlement. You can say,
Correct.
right? Which is not there in the cryptos,
Yeah.
right? It is a straightforward settlement.
Absolutely.
Right? That is why we are saving a lot of cost there.
Absolutely.
Although we are paying more for UPI, IMPS or e-commerce transactions, but through crypto, it will be eased out because there are no operations there. So if we have a better regulation, or say example, many countries or almost 60 plus central banks, like RBI is one of the central banks in India, like that China has done some experience with
Sure.
the yuan and forced McDonald's or some of those retail and food industry to try it out.
Correct.
And there are many more such countries who are doing some kind of a retail or a wholesale CBDC, central bank
Absolutely,
currencies. If there is some common thought process, we can from tomorrow CBDC will be there and CBDC will help us cross border or borderless payment.
Sure.
But as Satvik said, I do agree, it will take a lot of time because it's a mindset game. It's a government to government game.
Absolutely.
As long as we have lot of government, lot of countries, it will take a lot of time to bring that immediate. But it will happen. Like SWIFT is there, it takes 3 to 7 days or maybe more than that based upon what operations we have. But technology is there. It's only agreement. Say example, somebody in demonetization time said from tomorrow this is the rule.
Yeah.
Is there somebody in the world who will say from tomorrow this is the rule, right? No. There are so many countries, they have their own regulation, they have their own monetary policies. To avoid that imbalance or balance, unless we come to some kind of a concurrence, we will not have that future.
Correct.
Right? That is why it's a parallel future which is coming up. Either welcome it with a better regulation or create your own future in banking or digital currency faster way. That will tell us how soon we can really touch that.
Absolutely. So, that's very interesting here because geopolitics plays such an important role even in something like cryptocurrencies, right? Like we have, as we were mentioning here, how the US dollar is still the dominant force. And there are so many countries now that, let's say, the US powers are slightly waning and China is becoming the global superpower. We want to have a currency which is not the US because, some people are saying the time's up for the US. Of course, there are many different layers to it. But there is a global phenomenon which is attached to it. Speaking of global phenomenon, I want to ask the audience on YouTube as well as here, how many of y'all have seen Squid Game on Netflix? Okay, quite, I'm pretty sure 80% of y'all, 85% of y'all. So, do you all know that along with Squid Game, there was a cryptocurrency that was launched, right? And we'll of course get details on this from the panel. And I'll ask this to Ritesh about crypto scams. And the story goes that people were investing in this Squid Game coin. They were investing a lot, and the prices were of course going a lot. And then what happened was something that is known as a rug pull, which basically meant that the prices really went up, and the investors and the first few investors who were there, or basically the creators of this project, they just ran away with the money, and the coin just crashed. There was no point investing in it. So if you've invested thousands of dollars in it, it just goes down the drain. So Ritesh, I really want to understand from you. This is a very interesting space. I was talking about the Squid Game coin, but Zencash and OneCoin, they've also been considered as one of the biggest scams in the world. So tell us, what are the necessary steps that cryptocurrency should take, and we should take as investors as well, since a lot of us are young investors. So just give us a perspective into that.
So because the generation is going to go ahead and invest in crypto, they're going to buy that. It's the same thing. This is something that's money, or it's like your digital. You know how you are already aware about your credit cards and debit cards and net banking, how to secure them. You know all that. We've been talking this rubbish since long. In terms of cybersecurity awareness, but the same thing now comes in the cryptocurrency awareness. So firstly, understand that whatever scams were happening on the internet with your net banking, with your credit cards. The same thing is happening over here, except for things like you got a rug pull scam. What happens in a rug pull is exactly what happened in the squid currency. Now, somebody comes, he says, okay, this is my crypto. Like I come up with a crypto, BBC. Bhatia Bitcoin, let's say.
That's a good one. Bhatia
Bitcoin, BBC. And I'll tell you, okay, invest in that. And okay, like guys, you know me. I come on TV. I come on national TV. I've been an investigator. MTV told me you'll get impressed and everything. The way people got impressed with the Squid Game. And then one day I just pull the carpet below you. The rug is essentially a carpet. And where are you? Where am I? I'm disappeared probably with Elon Musk somewhere in the space. So that is one scam that you need to understand. Then there is a second thing is called as a tech support scam. So for example, somebody like calls up and says, look, I'm calling from Unocoin, somewhere where his database has been breached.
Or love to get
you've been like in bad shape since 2 years. Okay, so this is happening quite frequently with the Zep Pay. But, so just because a friend is over here, I can take that liberty, right? so, that will, of course, you will tighten your controls also in your organization. So somewhere inside, so nowadays the biggest threat in cybersecurity is the insider, अंदर का आदमी. तो मान लीजिए इनके एक अंदर के आदमी ने मुझे सारा information दे दिया that who all are like registered with him.
Yeah.
And then I start making cold call. I start making calls from my fake call center. And
Correct.
I say, listen, I'm calling from Unocoin. There is something because of some government thing and all. Your wallet is now frozen. Things like that. Can you give me your login ID? I will give you another ID where you can transfer your crypto. And
Correct.
you're going to fall prey to it. Okay? So this is the tech support scam. The third is the giveaway scam, which recently happened all over the Twitter. What had happened over there? Elon Musk coming, Jack Dorsey coming, and everyone saying, just invest one Bitcoin and I'm going to double it up.
Or even Obama, I think.
Even Obama. So what had actually happened? Their accounts were hacked.
Sure.
Again, that was an insider thing that had happened. So the accounts were hacked and the same message. So this was a coordinated kind of a thing. The same message went. So just...
You want to take this one?
So just imagine in India, you have these celebrities, the young guys coming, Varun Dhawan coming, and Amitabh Bachchan, Abhishek Bachchan, all these guys coming and telling you, cricketers coming and telling you, invest in this, and then the price keeps going up. So you really don't know about this. So we need to do our research well. Just because somebody is saying it, let's understand he's getting the money for saying this. So it doesn't mean that, this is going to be big. So, and of course, lastly, in terms of scams, there are these phishing scams wherein, you will instead of Unocoin, you will see UN0, COIN, something like that. And then it will again, it will say your account is this. You'll click over there, you will enter it. They already have your credentials. So it's the same thing what's happening on the web with your other things is exactly what's happening here. Maybe you're going to you might not have thought about it कि अरे यार ये crypto में भी होएगा वैसा.
Correct.
But exactly those guys are moving. These are the same criminals who first wanted the dollars. Now they are going after the crypto. And these are called as, you will ask me, who are these? Currently, the world is under a cyber war. Whether anybody agrees or not, but I can surely tell you we are under a cyber war. And these are the attacks, what we call as salami attacks. So in salami attacks means what? Instead of going for one big chunk of money from, let's say, attacking an exchange or something like that, which is going on a daily basis.
Okay.
We would be knowing most of the exchanges
we get a
are
perspective
being attacked
as well,
on a daily basis. We've been every day, we've been hearing about it.
Sure.
So what they're doing, कि ठीक है exchange ने तो बहुत security करके रखा है. They have their CISOs, they have all those security tools. Let's target the individuals. So instead of taking, let's say, some lakhs, millions of cryptos from him, let's take few cryptos from everyone. So these are like salami attacks. So every individual is being targeted right now, and it is just not in crypto. How many of you got a message Amazon work from home or Flipkart work from home.
Yeah. Me too, yeah.
What do you think? These messages are from Jamtara? No. These are from Bharatpur? No. We investigated it. These are from China.
Ooh,
and all those messages that are coming to you are using the Indian servers to send you the SMSs. When you chat, you think you're chatting with a man over there or a female? No, you're actually chatting with a bot. Try speaking in Hindi and you'll come to know. Try calling up with that number. Try it out. There is no harm. Just click on that link. It will open up your WhatsApp and try and chat and see where they will take you. And they will initially give you some 300 rupees also. But it's not like a currency that you'll actually have or in your bank or something. They just show you as some credits and all that. And then see what happens. So this is exactly, imagine like a billion. I'm saying all those who are having a smartphone or not a smartphone have got that message. Because when I asked you, all 99% raised their hands.
Yep.
So who would do this? So these are by our neighboring countries.
Awesome. Satvik's perspective with Unocoin and everything else.
I mean, most of the things got covered, I think. But what is one thing possible in crypto that generally don't happen so frequently in the normal financial system is this rug pull, right? So I'll try to say like why this is happening. See this called cryptocurrencies and transactions as of today are unregulated. Okay, so there is no specific authority to say, okay, this is good, this is bad. So what I'm trying to say here is very simple. Let's say if there is a company and if it wants to get listed on an exchange like NSE or BSE, it generally needs to have some kind of track record, so much years of existence and profitability for so many years, etc. Else, let's have a different plans itself for it, like how it can do that. But when it comes to cryptocurrencies, it's not like that. The founders or the creators can even stay anonymous to even start with. Okay,
that's interesting.
So the moment they become anonymous, they try to come up with something called a white paper, which technically details of what they want to achieve, when they want to achieve, how much money they want, and what they are giving in return. In general startups, this is a general fundraising mechanism where they give the equity and they take some X amount of money from the investor. And before that happening, there are usually auditors on either the company side or on the investor side who will look at the project, see their financials and come up with some kind of valuation. Because on one side you have the company which wants the money and on the other side you have the investor who want to put the money. So for both, it is a significant skin in the game. Okay, but when it comes to cryptocurrencies, they are not really always going for the accredited investors. They are just going to normal people like me, like you. And from your side, what you would say, okay, like something new is coming up, let me invest 1,000 rupees, right? So that is a small amount of money. For 1,000 rupees, it is technically not possible, not feasible for you to do any kind of due diligence on who is raising it, what they are trying to do. There are projects which initially had a good intention, but when they could not achieve their roadmap, which is like what they want to achieve, it became scam. They took the money and they ran away. And there are also companies which initially they wanted to make it like a scam. But however, people trusted it. They gave the money and the roadmap was somewhat successful. And they believed that like, why to scam? You have the money anyway. You're having a good life. And the project is going good. Let's continue doing it and you get a normal exit, maybe sometimes many times bigger than the scam exit itself. So it's possible in both ways. Just no one knows what is the exact intention. But one thing for sure is it just depends upon the creators' willingness to actually keep it good. If they want it wrong, they definitely can do it wrong because there is almost no one stopping them. It is not so in the normal like financial and equity markets. So if I have raised some money, I'll only have enough money, which is okay. If I'm giving 20% of the company for the equity, I would have raised, let's say, $5 million. I know that my 20% is same as my $5 million. So I gave something and exactly got something back in return, which is more or less of same value. So in that case, there is nothing. Instead, I'll be saying that, okay, I'll continue growing the company for next stage and raise more money. So that will be my intention. And investors are also very cautious saying that they just don't say that, okay, your 20 million company is like 200, so I give you more money. That won't happen. and the investors also make sure that your maturity, your ability to spend money grows the way more and more money you are raising. It's like, for a kid, you don't give 10,000 rupees, you only give 5 or 10, right? So once you grow up, they give you more.
Yeah.
And there will be a time when you earn yourself. So that should be the way it should go, because maturity of the people also matters. Just a college dropout trying to raise 100 million, it's not going to work. Yeah.
Okay. Siddharth, just want to get your perspective into this as well, with your company and, how you're leading it and with the intelligence and information. What do you think, what do you make of the scams? You just mentioned fleetingly that there are these scams happening every day. So just give us a sense of this entire market and, there's obviously an underlying market of the scams. Just wanted your perspective too.
So, in crypto, if you want to raise money, it is like crowdfunding 2.0, right?
Crowdfunding 2.0, interesting. Okay.
Right. If all you need is a smart contract, right? I've got Ethereum. I send my money to the smart contract. Satvik already covered it, right? So anybody can start. All you need is a website and a smart contract address. So there are a lot of scams, and there was a very famous scam, OneCoin, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Some Russian chick, she was heading it. So they raised few $1 billion. Right? And,
a few $1 billion.
Yeah, it was one of the biggest crypto scams ever.
Right.
And so she did seminars almost everywhere in the world. Said this is the next Bitcoin. This is faster than Bitcoin. It works on Ethereum, and people didn't know what blockchain is.
Sure.
And words like Ethereum and all those things were coming in. They thought this is actually the next big thing, and you see those people doing live seminars. I've been to China and a few places in Singapore. So these Chinese crypto scammers, they hire auditoriums like this.
Oh,
half of the people are paid, and the new guys who are coming in, and they were like, oh, here comes Mr. Bhatia, and everybody like, whoa, they start shouting. So the environment for the new guy in the room is like, wow, this is actually the next big thing. Why not put just $500, right? Which is like
Correct.
30, 40, 50,000 rupees.
Sure.
So but they managed to get from hundreds and thousands of people. So they make a great pool. But I think crypto is good. You should invest, understand the space. Don't make any foolish decisions. Don't get right. The new guys are getting into Dogecoin and Shiba coin and all those things. It's fine, Initially it's okay, but don't put all your money into that, where there is a possibility that Shiba or Doge do really well in future. We don't know that, but it has to reach that level of consensus. Without that, you cannot put all your. It's not representing any use case or store value yet. So you have to do your own research. Don't get into all these meme coins and all initially, and stick to the biggies, the blue chips. They're the safest.
Also, if there are any questions from YouTube or from the audience, we'd love to entertain it in a few minutes. But we just like to cover the last segment here, which, and Prasanna, I'm going to actually start with you on this, is artificial intelligence in crypto. Now, I understand that artificial intelligence is also something that is quite a vast topic, but there are some intersections. Do you all agree that there are some intersections between artificial intelligence and crypto? Do you think it's a space that's kind of rising, of course, with the bots and with everything? Just wanted your perspective on AI and cryptocurrencies.
See, there are some emerging technologies, right? They are not specific to one use case.
Sure.
Like, say, example, AI or blockchain or tomorrow IoT or wearables. So if you divide your whole adoption of a transformation, on a front side, it will be web. It was web, or it will be web, or mobile, or IoT, or wearable. Right?
Correct.
Where the customer channels are there.
Sure.
So in the back, it will be AI, blockchain, big data, those things, right?
Sure.
Which drives the front.
Absolutely.
Some form of API or a smart contract in between, in the middle. So that's the traction, right? So for what AI? Some better experience, right? Say example, in banking, AI is used for better fraud risk management, or wherever the repetitive operations are there, they use RPA or intelligent automation. Not many use cases are there. See, these are the foundational technologies which can amalgam into any of the business cases. Say example, crypto, where it can be helpful tomorrow. Say the way we have some of the advisory tools in a stock, and they say, these are the top 5 stocks, please go and invest based upon lot of research.
Got it.
Similarly, in this area also, there are a lot of available bots which research around, but it's a premature, right? It will take a lot of time.
A lot of time for it to evolve.
So there are very few who are sustainable mainstream coins, right?
Got it.
And there are lot many, as our friends said, right? So Shibu or Doge or Helium or whatever, they may perform initially well, right? But on a longer term, when you have more data, wherein we can use AI relevant algorithm to understand who is gonna do better, right? In certain circuits, but we are not reached to that level of
Sure,
adoption.
yeah.
But certainly, maybe in the future,
In the
it
future.
it can come and help.
Understood.
So these technologies are foundation technology, which goes and fits into wherever we need more automation, more better customer experience, and so on.
Got it. So it does have a future, you do believe. All right. So before we, there's a common question that I have for the entire panel here, and it's related to the government, right? We have heard so much of news with the RBI because you've wondered, right? Like, where does the RBI come into this picture? Like, what does the Reserve Bank of India think of cryptocurrencies? We've seen the Prime Minister's office tweet about cryptocurrencies. We've seen a lot of ministers tweet about it. So my question is, what are your views on cryptocurrencies becoming a centralized, system under the government? There are loads of talks about governments also starting their own cryptocurrencies and monitoring that. So just want to get like a quick perspective from everybody, and then we'll open the floor for questions.
See, I think why do people even today believe in cryptocurrencies, right? So on one side, people are only exposed to the volatility of the market and to see that how they can make money, because there will be a fine day where one gentleman will think, I wish I invest in this, but I don't have money. And he wait for a month or two, and eventually when he sees it back, it's at least like double, right? Then the next moment what he does is to take a loan or somehow bring the money and invest and see it some kind of growth. So this is what is happening, because people will, in stock markets, what happen when they think that, okay, I want to invest in this, but okay, I only have limited money. In about 3 months or 6 months or a year, they could have grown by 10%. So it's not like lucrative enough. But when it comes to cryptocurrencies, it's usually, people don't even talk in percentage. They talk in multiplier directly. Okay, so when they're talking in multiplier, they need to understand that the similar risks also exist.
Sure.
But now, why even people are believing in this, at least the one who have knowledge, is because this is at least not under someone or some company, some individual. I mean, that is the entire intention of cryptocurrency. But nowadays, most of it, there is a company or some society, some association behind it, which says that, okay, I will make sure this will go ahead. And they'll try to build some kind of decentralized governance of how the decisions should be taken, with they being one of the voters instead of they alone being the decision makers.
Correct.
But now, interestingly, let's say what will happen if the government themselves creates a cryptocurrency.
Exactly, yeah.
So if government creates the cryptocurrency, I don't think I would even be calling it as cryptocurrency anymore, because it is just like Paytm got bought over by RBI.
Okay, that's an interesting
Whether you use blockchain technology or call it cryptocurrency, do your distributed networking, whatever you do, it doesn't make sense, because the governing authority is single. And they will still say that only the people who have PAN card and verified bank account can do the transaction among themselves.
Sure.
Okay. And the moment it says that it should be within India, then it kind of lost its importance of fast and free transactions without the intervention of third party. So, and on the other side, we have CBDC, right? So, central bank sponsored digital currencies. And that will also are almost same thing. I mean, today, it is just that we have banks in between. But when I am doing a UPI transaction, I still feel like the money is going from one RBS account to another RBS account itself, right?
Yeah.
So it's like everything is linked, but we just feel that, okay, it's getting debited and credited to different bank accounts. So I don't think the government or the RBI would have something significantly to gain by creating this kind of cryptocurrency. I don't think so.
Okay. Any other perspectives on this?
This government should not even attempt to do anything in this.
All right. Thanks for that, Ritesh. Siddharth?
So yes, like how Satvik said, CBDCs are centralized. It uses the same technology, but it is governed by the government, whereas Bitcoin is decentralized.
Sure.
It is not issued by any government, so it is a step ahead. And However, a lot of governments are trying to do their own CBDCs, which will be another something like a UPI integration. So
Understood.
it's not going to make a big difference though.
Okay. Prasanna, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think see, technology has a power to change the world. Okay, but there is a mindset, lot of government boundaries, right? So I think that will take a lot of time, right? So if you talk about cryptocurrency adoption in India, no, no, because there is no use case around that. But digital currencies backed by blockchain or any other technology which has a lot of incentives. Moreover, we can save a lot of INRs wherein we don't require settlement reconciliation. Why today for e-commerce we have to pay a fee,
Right.
because that's the current architecture. Like, for example, if you're sending from e-com, it goes to some acquiring server. Right? From there, it to a trusted party, which is NPCI, Visa, or Master.
Right.
Then you go to issuance server. Then it's core banking server. There are a lot of servers. There is cost around that. There is operation cost around that. This is what we have created last 40-50 years.
Understood.
If you have to remove it one day, it will take a lot of time, right? So government will take some corner use cases.
Okay.
Cross-border payment. Let's try with one country. Or let's take decentralized KYC. Let's try. Payment is a huge space.
Sure.
Right? UPI we are done wherein we have to involve all the banks, right? And we had to, moreover, it was a pressure from government, RBI, then it has happened.
Sure.
Now, if you ask again, please, Baba, come together and let's, it will take time. It will take
Understood.
time. Certainly, it will happen its own pace.
Okay.
Right? But at the end, the way, like, say, example, US is working on their own digital dollar, or UK is working on their own projects, or China, and they keep on announcing. We have reached here and these are here. And then there are small countries, Bahamas, or Cambodia, they are also trying. They are trying, failing, they are going back to their own. This is what happened in Cambodia. They didn't understand it's a digital currency, we have to pay interest on that, right?
Right.
It's okay to understand paper-based currency exists, doesn't exist, and you have to pay interest.
Right.
Here it's a digital, what is that you have to pay, right?
Correct.
So there are not much of exercise distributed. So recently I did at least 4 to 5 times program with the bankers, right? Through NIBM, which is the RBI's education arm.
Okay.
So we taught their CBDC, cross-border, or crypto, we talk about blockchain, and so
Sure.
on. So since then, they at least announced, in a February bulletin, they announced, yeah, we're going to work on CBDC.
Correct.
And recently then somebody has announced in the news also, by December it will take a lot of time.
Okay.
It's not by December it will come, because it has not reached to me as a banker. Yeah, we have to work on that. UPI reached to us in 2015, then it started after 1.5 years.
Sure.
So it will take its own time. Technology is not a game changer, or technology is not a challenge. There are different challenges around it. So studying, monitoring policy, so many things. But world will be so beautiful, right? So somebody is sending a message, received immediately there. Somebody is on the similar note sending a INR or a dollar, and so it will take a lot of time, and it takes a lot of in a bank. If you have to do a change request, it takes 10 to 15 days.
Correct.
Right?
That's a lot
there
of
are a
time,
lot of
yeah.
processes in between. Compliance and IT security. I think Ritesh can support me on that. It takes a lot of time to get that patch into production.
Yeah.
Now, if you are asking change everything, and so it can happen in a way that let me experiment as some of the countries are retail CBDC, and we are working only as a wheat coin or a milk coin only for that minuscule area.
Okay,
and
that's
try
interesting.
It out
Yeah,
and understand
that's a
some
cool concept. Yeah.
and say, yeah, we have also done.
Ah.
That could be the way we could see the way China is forced, or the way many countries are trying it out, right? But it's a good way, right? We have technology, we have use cases. Let's try it out, fail, or rebuild on top of that. It will take its own time. These guys need to study more and country more, how it can be done in better.
Absolutely. Fail faster. That's the mantra in the whole game of cryptocurrencies, bitcoins, and otherwise. Let's have a quick question and answer session. We'd love to, if there are any questions from the audience, we can just pass around the mic. This is what.
Hello?
Yeah.
What about the security of investing in cryptocurrency? What if it's like just a bubble which is like bound to burst? Like if I'm investing, why wouldn't I invest in something material? Why wouldn't I invest in something material? If I invest in gold, I have gold to sell. If I invest in property, I have flats to sell. If I invest in stock market, I have services after which I am investing. So like crypto is just a code. That's what I know about it. So what about the security of investing in it?
When you buy property, do you sell property or you transfer the ownership rights?
I transfer the ownership rights.
That can be digital.
Yes, but sir, I have an object to sell. But
But are you actually physically selling it? It's just the ownership. So basically, that's how NFTs also gain value.
Yeah, that's true.
But see, you have to understand that everything is there on in digital. Like our generation understands it better. Probably my dad won't realize it, but we all depend a lot on any company today, they'll spend probably a few $100,000 on social media. Why? Because they know that digital existence is more important. So I think you need a digital currency or digital metaverse. All those things are coming in. Why Facebook changed its name to Meta? Because that digital existence is going to be the future. So do check out this movie called Matrix.
One of my favorites.
So adding to that, today you need to understand the data that we have in the world, that market cap have even beyond the oil, which was the most expensive asset in total. And at the end, we can argue that our data is just information, which is like ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is it valuable?
Correct.
We can argue it that way. But eventually, we need to understand what it can be used for, how it can be utilized to make businesses out of it. And today, everyone tries to go from physical world to see how I can digitize it, how I can make it automated, and try to reduce my work. See, we as humans, human race itself, try to identify methods, including technology, to eventually become lazy. If there is two options where I can have to work and I get money, and if I can be lazy, I get money. If I'm getting the same work experience and money, I will choose to be lazy. Right. So that is the way our entire human race is moving. And these information, data, cryptocurrencies, everything, what can be used to automate this, would obviously continue to have value. And I also believe that the physical ones will start losing its value as well.
I certainly agree with and now, as you rightly said, digital is becoming an asset, right? So a moment, right, which you have seen in the cricket, right? You want to preserve that or buy it out that. So that's how tomorrow's, rather your generation is looking at in that way, rather than more into physical, right? So more into digital. So that is why to do those transactions, we need some kind of a digital currency.
Makes sense.
So that's a tokenization.
Yeah, two more questions I think we can have from the audience. And we have some YouTube,
I've heard of Bitcoin ATMs. Does it increase the danger in the crypto world? And if we do have Bitcoin ATMs, why is it not present in Mumbai? Or do we have it in Mumbai or no?
So Sat,
The first person to make Bitcoin ATM.
Mr. Satvik Vishwanath was, it's true. We were literally discussing this before the discussion started,
See, the people called whatever we were trying to do as Bitcoin ATM, but it was not so. See, in the year 2018, the Reserve Bank of India, at that time the crypto was also comparatively nascent. We are talking about 3 years ago, which is like 3 decades for the industry. So they said that, okay, we don't want the banks which are regulated by Reserve Bank of India to provide bank accounts or services for cryptocurrency exchange or its users, which means people could not buy, people could not sell by using their normal bank accounts. So we took an innovative approach to actually have a ATM system itself, which will enable our users who are KYC registered customers, so that they can put the money into the machine and get the credit on the app, and then whenever they want, they can withdraw it. But that didn't go well. On the other side, we eventually had to fight it out in the Supreme Court that if cryptocurrencies are not illegal in India, then the Reserve Bank of India cannot bifurcate it and say that for this I will not do. Tomorrow they could say that, okay, for idli shops I will not do. It should not be the case. It should not be the discretion of Reserve Bank of India to say that for a specific industry we are trying to ring fence. But anyway, it took about 23 months in the Supreme Court to literally fight it. I mean, we are one of the main guys to actually stand there to say that we are the victim, we want the justice. It's in our offices. That's it. I mean, eventually, because the banking services are now available, we don't need those machines. But to talk only about Bitcoin ATM, okay, that we see across the world. So these are the machines where you walk up to it, pay 2,000 rupees or whatever, and you show your QR code to the camera, and that machine will do the conversion to see, okay, 1 Bitcoin is so much lakhs today, how much is available for 2,000 rupees, and it will do the required transaction. It is like the vending machine. It's nothing much complicated. It is just that in vending machine, generally you only put 50 or 100 rupees because you usually are looking for a juice or some chips or something like that. So this can actually go for comparatively wider transactions. As long as these transactions, most of it actually are capable of doing the KYC verification as well. And on the other side, this is actually one of the safer way for the exchanges as well to do, because you know that there is a camera, you know that there is a real human, you can see his face. Whatever we do in the banking app, saying that okay, someone may be showing the face of a photo, and now we want to see how he is live, he's blinking his eyes, making him turn left, right. So these are all different mechanisms that eventually we have identified, so that the person who is doing is the one whom we or the businesses understand it to be done. In India, there is actually no need. Why do we need it? Because you go to Unocoin app, or there are so many other competitors. In 5 minutes, you can get the KYC done. Use the UPI to do the deposits and just buy the Bitcoin. You don't even need to walk up to next shop or a Bitcoin ATM. And I should also say something here. Why it is all actually famous in other countries is they don't have the payment rails or mechanism like we have in India. In India, we are super lucky.
Yes.
There are developed countries like even US and Australia where one bank to one bank, the transaction takes 3 days.
Oh my God.
Literally, it is not taking, but just that it is in their lifeblood, saying that okay, we hold it for 3 days and earn the float on top of it, and that is the transaction fees. Okay, so in India, it's not so. If RTGS is done, in another 3 minutes, you get a call saying that, sir, I need the UTR number to make sure that the transaction is happening. Sure. Other country people wait for 3 days for that. Okay, so in our country, I don't think we even need it. Not required.
Interesting. One more question. Is there any other question?
Any other questions? Okay, wow.
I would request the panelists to keep their answers short so we can take more.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a few questions from YouTube as well, which we'll take. We'll take about 2 of those as well. So
maybe in few words, we all can answer whenever a question comes.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes. Sir, I think 2 days ago only, Modi sir had tweeted, or he had sent this warning about cryptocurrency, and he said about these risks in cryptocurrency. So what are your thoughts on it? Should we invest in cryptocurrency right now, even though the PM of our country is saying that watch out?
So just because he's a PM and he said
I'm asking you,
they can't run your country properly. There's the economy. Look at the why I have problem. Firstly, why the PM? All these things should be answered by the finance minister. She should be raising the points. All these things they're not able to do well. I told you, the current government or any government is not capable of running this. So why you have to do your research and go ahead with it. Here's a research person who will tell
See, it's he never said don't invest. He said it's risky. Even mutual funds are risky, right? So last में आता है ना, फटाफट बोलते हैं mutual fund subject to market risk.
Marriage is risky.
Absolutely. No, the
that's
thing
the
is,
quote of the day. Marriage is risky. Ritesh Bhatia.
So there is risk. It is very volatile, but you should first understand the fundamentals and then go into it. And he said crypto not falling into wrong hands. So that means there has been a lot of scams and Ponzi schemes. He was directing it to that, but I don't think it's a problem.
Okay,
you can invest.
Interesting. Questions. Okay, 2 over there.
Yeah. Hello. So there are lot of factors one looks into before investing into the stock markets or in the real estate. What factors one should look into before investing in cryptocurrency?
Okay, very interesting question. So generally, if it was me, apart from couple of the main ones, I don't really endorse or trust a lot. Okay, that's like disclaimer. But generally, for people, they should be looking at least 5 or 6 different things. We should see that since when the project is in existence. right? So that's like the first thing we would see. Generally, within the first year, no project what it is, they cannot achieve a lot. Okay, it will not go to moon. That's usually that way. And if it is going to moon, then risky, extremely risky. Okay, so that's like the first thing, and then we would usually see what is the background of founders, if they are anonymous or if they are fine to put their face, and just don't go with the list of advisors, like, because advisors are there just because the team plus advisors part of their slideshow will have more familiar faces. And then see the roadmap, what they are trying to achieve, see the utility, what they are trying to do, and how much of the promises they have said is kind of completed. If all of these things are going right, it's more likely that the project would continue to be successful, or at least in existence. People lose money most of the times when the founders leave the company or they stop working on it. So that should not happen. And that's why it's, I mean, to me, I would see it as like this, right? It could be my company, it could be anyone's company. If someone is valuing it at 100 times of what it is, then it is likelihood of the founder to say that, okay, I'll take the money and go. If you are valuing it at 1.5 times or 2 times, it's generally okay because he has more sweat in the business and they'll be cautious about it. So at least check these things before investing. And one last thing you should again check is how much percentage of the tokens the founder themselves are holding. If it is more than 40%, don't even touch. See there are I think some 8 to 10 exchanges in India. Like, I mean, different of most of them will work on slightly different business logic or how they want to list the tokens, what they want to provide. We NunoCoin have been much more cautious, right? So that's why we have less number of tokens as compared to others who have 500 plus. We only have 50. So we are fine not to list something which doesn't look like the right way, or it doesn't look like the market cap is disproportionate. Right? So it is very disproportionate. I mean, like the Shiba coin, if you say that, right? So eventually, what does it look like? At the end, Dogecoin, right? So it started with a meme. We existed for a few years, and then because of the widespread free coin that was just circulating around, and because of some influential people tweeting about it, it just started gaining so much of market capitalization, and people are thinking that is like the future. You should be cautious about it. It's not that simple.
To ask that, if the government regulates the cryptocurrency, would it be managed the same way the stock market is managed now, and how will it affect the inflation rate in future?
Yeah, so I mean, what you're trying to ask is the categorization of how the cryptocurrencies will be, right? So different countries have done it in different way so far. So some are more looking at security angle of it. Some countries are looking at currency, some are digital asset, some as commodity. And there are some countries which want to go in depth to know what that cryptocurrency is all about, and then decide whether that specific cryptocurrency will be falling into different baskets. So in India, we don't have any kind of categorization available yet, but obviously that will be the first step for regulation, because without that being happen, the taxation rules itself today is like confusing. And we need to understand the technology comes first, then comes somewhat adoption, and then somewhat issues, problems, crimes, and then to address them you have the regulation, right? So if everything is going good, then why do you want to bother about regulation? And if there is a technology, there are only 2 types of technologies. One is bad technology, one is which is both good and bad. There cannot be a technology which is only good, right? So for this, within India, when the regulation comes up, this will just become another asset class, and there would obviously be people who are bothered about inflation that could use this asset class as well to hedge inflation. Whether it works or not is a different question, and we have to understand that whatever is happening in 2020 and 2021, which we generally call it as bull market, it won't stay like that forever, right? So there is 3 bad years generally before one good year. That's what we have seen from 2009 all the way up to 2021. So people should be cautious. Don't take loan if you want to invest, and only invest money that you can lose. And everyone say that do the research, but I don't know how much research you can do to invest 1,000 or 2,000 rupees. But just be prepared to lose. Okay. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Like we see, Indian governments kinda don't like they take crypto as a threat to our economy and all. So, what can we do to make sure that government doesn't take crypto as a threat? Because we already know like crypto has its own nice features and all. So we want it.
Yeah, it's the same thing only. No. From the threat point of view, what we should do is 1.3 billion people should buy crypto. Government will say कि अरे यार हर कोई ले रहा है, हम ही कुछ पागल होंगे. You saw what happened even in the farmers thing ना. They repealed the laws ना. तो हर चीज वो लोग जो बोलते हैं सही है, ऐसा नहीं होता है. No, I am not anti-government. No, I am very pro-government, yeah.
That would be an instantaneous one. Won't take 3 days. No, but the question, so we've addressed whatever from YouTube. Also, we had some great questions and we've kind of addressed this. But the last one that we have, and this is really going to be the last question of the session, really want quick thoughts on this, is on mining, right? Like mining, I think in India it's not that popular, but in the West we have seen, mining farms and Bitcoin mining. And so just give an intro, or just give you like your starter thoughts or your feelers on Bitcoin mining or any of the other cryptocurrencies. What do you all think about this beautiful world of crypto mining? Yeah, the end thoughts.
So basically, Bitcoin is a proof of work thing which runs. So it's like if I'm transferring 1 Bitcoin to Prasanna, right? He will say
that's a lot of money.
The moment I transfer, he may say that I've not received any Bitcoin yet. But I'm like, oh my god, look at these guys. They've seen the transaction, right? So you guys are the miners who are validating this transaction. It has taken place. Now to do that, you have to buy servers, you have to pay for electricity, probably hire an engineer, take a place on rent. So you are deploying your assets physically and just to verify that transaction. So the network is very kind. It gives you Bitcoin in return to validate this transaction. So it's a lot of, it'll take a few minutes, but forget it. That is on the proof of work side. Now the new kind of mining which is happening, which is proof of stake. So that means you don't need to deploy a lot of hash power, but more of the staking coins. So like you can set up a node and stake a lot of your coins which you have. Probably there are a lot of platforms which have started staking as a service, right? So you set up a node and ask people that they can stake their coins with their node into the network, and whatever the reward is being given out will be distributed evenly after deducting the commission fee. However, in India, it's a very small market.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The reason for that is, number one, electricity is a big problem. Only Daman, Silvassa, all these areas have cheap electricity. One of the cheapest in the world, though.
Oh, is it?
But again, the weather is not very supportive. You need the machines create a lot of energy.
Correct.
Gulp a lot of energy, and that's why they emit a lot of heat. So in a weather like India, the machine's life is very short.
Oh.
And second, another thing is the maintenance, right? Like the Bitcoin requires ASIC miners, which is application specific integrated circuits. Those miners usually come from China. Those mining machines, they come from China. And if it stops working for some reason, you have to send it back to China, which actually doesn't make sense. It's not feasible, because you have to do a lot of documentation, send the machine back, coming in. So those are the challenges. Even though these ASIC machines, the manufacturers, they can start their offices here or service centers here. So it will take time. But yes, there are GPU mining. GPU mining runs through gaming graphic cards, and Ethereum and a lot of other currencies, they use GPU mining, which is being done in India at a very small level. But I think ASIC is not that present in India.
Sure.
But yes, GPU is there, but it's not as big as what China and US are doing, right? So we are far behind in this race, and we need to do that because that's the only element. Mining is the only element which bridges the digital and the physical side of it, right? It's the industrial side of Bitcoin. So it's essential that each country should mine its own Bitcoin, so that the circulation actually comes. Like you can say that this BTC was born in this specific region.
Sure.
However, it's important, but it's not the only thing. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
Okay. Yeah. Hitesh.
Okay, so when he was saying that we should get into mining and other kind of things, I would say, yeah, the mining is not there in India, but definitely we are the victims of mining. So I'm going to just touch upon the part of crypto jacking. So what exactly is crypto jacking? Because as Siddharth rightly said, that it requires a tremendous amount of processing power. How do these guys take it? So just look at like crypto farms. Just Google that, you will see things.
Sure.
The same way hackers or these miners, not hackers, the miners are basically having a lot many bots. They are getting onto your networks, whether it's a college network, whether it's your even a single phone, a single laptop and all, and trying to take away a lot of processing power from it. How do you come to know about it? You will find your machine going very, very slow in spite of everything off, no apps on, no on their desktop screen, everything.
Yeah.
And it is heating up a lot. So going very slow and heating up a lot. So these are the two things you need to understand. Just switch it off and make sure when you're buying a 50,000 rupees laptop, at least buy a 200 rupees antivirus. Don't try to download it from anywhere.
Gaming apps, typically this kind of a crypto jacking happens mostly.
Interesting. Okay, so as most of the audience are engineers here, and let me take away the industrial side of things, or even trader side of things. I'll try to keep it to see like what the engineers do. And I would recommend that all engineers that they should try mining. You definitely are not going to earn any money from it. That's for sure. As long as you have free electricity, or maybe your parents are paying for it, or maybe your college is paying for it, and then you have internet, right? And you have computers or laptops. So try to just explore how amazing technology it is. All it is doing is what a normal clerk in a bank would do. Like let's say if I give a check to Siddharth, what he would do, he will just go and deposit to the bank. And what will the clerk in the bank would check? Okay, we got a check from Satvik deposited by Siddharth. Okay, then they'll check whether Satvik have the valid bank account, whether he have the balance, signature is matching, whether Siddharth have the bank account. If all of that is true and both have active bank accounts, do the debit and credit. And that's like kind of a transaction. And this is exactly what's happening in blockchain. The only two extra elements that is getting added there is immutability. Like once a transaction happens, that transaction keep on getting hardened and hardened. What do you mean by hardening of transaction? It means it's too difficult to change it in the future. And it is distributed in nature. Which means in the case of a bank, if someone hacks that particular bank server and he changes the 1,000 rupees to 10,000 rupees, in all likelihood, Siddharth can enjoy the 10,000 rupees. Without, the bank will only get to know after some time. But here it is not so, because if someone want to change it, he should change it in tens of thousands of computers across the world, which technically is not feasible.
Sure.
And this is what is the greatest advantage of blockchain. If you guys were the engineers in say 2005 like me, I would have been giving recommendations of how you should use database.
Correct.
To the maximum extent to do something on Web 2.0. And you guys are, and I wish I am actually jealous of you guys to specifically say that I have somewhat grown older. And I don't have that kind of risk-taking capability for inventions. I more need to see it in terms of like business angle of view only. So for you guys, all of you don't have any commitments, unmarried, you can spend maybe 18 hours a day to figure out things. And this is a part of the Web 3.0, which I believe to be started in the year 2018, where there is lot of new exciting things to learn. Every web page today is an amazing application. When I started, it was only text and images, nothing else.
Yeah.
Right. So we have come so far, and you guys have a great thing to do. And now payments integrate with it, which is like half of every transaction. On one side, you have payment going. On the other side, you receive product or service. So half of it is sorted out. And then you figure out how you apply this to remaining half, and it will be the flourishment of digital age. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for that. That was a great insight. Prasanna, any thoughts on
Miners, like say example, yesterday I met a friend.
US?
His mining is going on without
Okay.
anybody touching it. His server goes off, so he calls somebody or text message. Please
Okay.
go and click the button.
Wow.
That's easy that way, right?
Yeah.
So, but investment is there. Take your own call as he guided. But it's always better to try it out. And this is the age to try it out, study more, get into the next action, try it out or fail fast. That's how we can be better, more better.
All right. Right. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this session on cryptocurrencies and setting the future on cryptocurrencies, how they look in India and with a global perspective. I hope you all enjoyed the session. I hope there was something to learn, and probably, as Satvik said, you all will open your... Yeah, sure. Okay, great. We have multiple offers going. Wow. Satoshis. Should we make it 500 on Uno coin? All right. So a lot of offers and counter offers going, but thank you so much. If you all want to get in touch with me, I'm at Shreves on Instagram, or you can type Shrivachotari on LinkedIn. Anyway, any of them can get in touch with you. Any platform that you suggest for them? Twitter. Okay. Omnipresent. Satvik, any platforms you prefer? Okay, generally reply. Okay. Prasanna, how about you? Social media? On LinkedIn? Okay. Right. Yep. All right. On that note, that was the end of the session. Thank you so much. I'd just like to invite the hosts.
So genuinely, it was a very informative session. आपने No, sir, but it was quite an informative sessions.
Hi, I'm Tetsuji Katsuda from Kyoto, Japan. I have many robots here in my studio. I'm very honored to show these musical robots at the event of Abhiyantriki. Thank you. Hi.
having a monotonous life, it's not something that I can live up with. To me, first thing would be excellence. I cannot be at a place where my heart is not at.
Having fun is the most important thing. That is exactly what will keep you going. If you do it with a certain objective in mind, then the fun is gone.
There was a period of, I guess, 3 to 4 years where there was no dancing at all. The absence made me realize that this is something which I need to follow. This is something which I need to keep myself going.
There will be hundreds of reasons to not follow your passion, but you need only one reason to follow your passion that makes you happy, and the happiness is the best reason or the main reason that you should follow your passion.
Though failure hurts us, we really learn from that. We learn and try to do something better. This is why I choose to do what I do. It's very rewarding.
Sometimes passion even gets created from the adversities that you face in your life. You wanted to do something, you tried doing it, but you didn't succeed. That strengthens your resolve.
Definitely the things which I'm doing as my passion and the things I'm doing in office, they're quite same. As I'm a director and I narrate my stories, so I like to interact with the people. So in CTS Tech, I think I am buddy of almost 150 people.
I usually write stories, and in stories you have many characters, and every character plays or has a different kind of emotion, a different kind of backstory. Within CTS Tech, this passion has helped me to make better teams, better team coordinations, and I can say my team is always having happy faces, smiley faces.
People around me are more motivated looking at me. It's basically how cheerful you can be. Why I called it as passion, because I only define it in one word, like the feeling is good.
जिस तरीके से लाइफ जीना चाहिए, अपना गोल सक्सेस कर सके, तो वो करना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि इसके अलावा बाकी कुछ नहीं है.
Do something awesome.
Having zoomed into the sky, watch as he inverts his aircraft and pulls through for a split S, turning her around in no time, demonstrating the effectiveness of this aircraft in combat. As she re-emerges in front of you from the right, Tolly will be carrying out a hesitation roll to demonstrate the agility and the controllability of the aircraft. And here she goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and wait for it, a bonus. A bogey has been reported at 6 o'clock and Tolly has been asked to engage. There she pulls up for a vertical pitchback and re-emerging like the term radiance, which means Tejas in Hindi. He will now turn hard left with maximum rate to get the angles right for a quick burst of the 23mm gun. And here she goes. And the threat ceases to exist. Please look to your left now as Tolly positions for what we call the red eye turn. In this maneuver, the aircraft and the pilot are pushed to the other end of the envelope. The aircraft is subject to a negative 3.5 G. Watch on your left, coming up to the center. There she goes, banking right, turning left. Rolling out, next up is an aerial salute to the wonderful people of the United Arab Emirates who have made this land so prosperous, and of course His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. Please look straight ahead of you as Tolly positions himself for a vertical Charlie. Watch as he prepares to pull up into the sky, flaunting his Delta platform. Tahia Emirati. Continue looking out. Now here she comes for the Formula 1 turn. Watch as she manages to squeeze in a turn tighter than Michael Schumacher in his Ferrari.
Hello, Anuj sir, am I audible? Hello. Hello, sir. Am I audible? Good day, Lingam sir. Good day, Lingam sir. Oh, actually, so we are starting with the hosting.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry.
So we are starting with the session in 2 minutes,
Okay.
and we have a Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Sudha Gupta ma'am, joining us.
Okay.
Sudha ma'am, this is Anuj Mohan sir, who will be with us and hosting with us.
Good evening, sir, and welcome on behalf of the Kirisama College of Engineering. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation.
No, it's my pleasure. Yeah. Thank you so much. Great to be here.
Sure. So we have a host lined up who's hosting on YouTube right now, and I'll let you know when we can start.
Sure. Okay. Fantastic.
So, sir, actually, we have a live session happening right now on YouTube, for which we have a host who's starting right now. So,
A very warm welcome to our Associate Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Sudha Gupta ma'am, Joint Associate Dean Vandana Satam ma'am, and everyone who's been with us during this memorable festival. I welcome all of you to the closing ceremony of Abhiyantriki 2021. After the successful run of events for 2 consecutive days, we have reached the finale of KGSMAC College of Engineering Annual Tech Fest Abhiyantriki 2021. We are grateful to its title sponsor, CTS Tech. CTS Tech is a leading provider of healthcare technology services, solutions, and platforms to over 120 organizations across the payer, provider, medical technology, and life sciences market. With over 5,500 healthcare technology professionals worldwide, it focuses on accelerating innovation in healthcare and making a meaningful impact to human life. With an aim to get back to normal and to research everyone's spirit, we have successfully organized this event with a mixture of virtual as well as physical mode conduction. Abhiyantriki has become a core of KJSC's technical innovations and pure passion for working towards the betterment of the society. We are grateful to all the guests, speakers, companies, and participants of various events for being a part of this technical fest, which we simply call fantastic. With that being said, welcome to yet another exhibition of the marvelous technologies around the world. Now, we have the most human-like robot at the closing ceremony of Abhiyantriki 2021. I know. With that being said, welcome to yet another exhibition of the marvelous technologies around the world. We welcome the most human-like robot at the closing ceremony of Abhiyantriki 2021. Please welcome Mitra Robot.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, thank you for the invite, and it's a pleasure being here, guys. Thank you. So I'll just share my screen. So just to introduce myself, before that, I'm Anuj. So I work here as a business lead at Inventor Robotics. So before this, I worked for a couple of years at Wipro and done my masters at IIM Nagpur. I've been associated with Wipro Inventor Robotics for the last 1.5 years, and I lead the business team now. So having said that, so I'll just set the agenda here. So over the next 5 to 10 minutes, I'll just give you a brief on what we are doing and the company summary, and from there I can also give you a live demo of how the robot works and its functioning, and then maybe we can open it up for Q&A. So that's what the agenda is. So I'll just go ahead and present my screen. Please feel free to stop me at any time you want to ask a question or anything. So I'm just sharing the screen now. So to talk about the company, so our company, that's Inventor Robotics, we were founded in 2016 by Mr. Balaji Vishwanathan. So he did his MS in Maryland University, and he's also one of the most followed persons in Quora globally. In fact, the most followed person in Quora globally. And in 2016 was our first event. The picture which you see on the right side, our robot, that's Mitra robot, was the robot which welcomed Mr. Modi and Ivanka Trump onto the stage in the 2017 GES summit, which happened in Hyderabad. So that was basically our shot to fame, and from there we have never looked back. We have gone on to represent around more than 30 to 40 plus enterprise customers in around 5 continents and 11 countries, and we have been extensively covered by the global media. So in fact, we come every year in the Republic Day parade as a pride of Bangalore and a pride of India in the Republic Day parade, and amongst a lot of other international events. So these are some of the pictures or events where the robot has been deployed on. One on the left was during the COVID time. We had a lot of inquiries from the hospitals to deploy the robot as sort of a intermediary between the health force and the patients in the COVID ward. So the robot used to go to the patients, connect them over a video call to the doctors, and then using the thermal screeners and other functions there, the robot can take the vitals of the patient. So it just ensures that the patients are taken care of at all the times, and more importantly, our health force or our doctors are safe and sound in this critical time. And on the right side is the Republic Day parade, where the Mitra appears almost every year. And then these are few of our deployments. The one you see on the left corner is the latest deployment, which we have the robots in the Ahmedabad Adani airport in Gujarat. So we have a couple of robots there, and we are deploying more robots in airports owned by Adani. And also in malls also we have started in introducing our robots. For example, in Forum Mall was our very very first deployment in malls. So we are slowly expanding to the other malls in Bangalore. So right now we have a robot in Forum Mall in Kormangala and in Shantiniketan. So these are some of the deployments. Now on the main question is, what does the robot do? So the robot, so to speak, is a conversational robot or a social humanoid with intelligent features and intelligent conversations. So the robot can talk to your visitor, engage with them in intelligent conversations, understand what they require, and assist them accordingly. So on a on a whole, the idea is to give a very good experience to the visitors who are coming in, understand the requirements and assist them autonomously. So for example, to speak of one of our use cases in the Adani airport, so there the robot will once a visitor is coming, the robot will welcome the visitor. There is a meet and greet involved, and then the mitra, that's a humanoid, he will ask the person what help does he need. So accordingly, whether he wants to go to the check-in counter, the robot can autonomously navigate and guide him to the check-in counter. So, or if he wants directions to any particular place, he can get the directions to that, suppose a restaurant, where do I get tea, coffee. So he can get directions to that restaurant. And also maybe on a third level, if he wants to connect to someone, connect to the security, or connect to the may I help you desk, we can connect over a video call to the a human remotely. So what you see on the eighth point, third point, that is remote teleoperation. So we have a sort of a fleet management software also available with the robot. So the idea here is to basically using fleet management. If the robot is deployed at Adani Airport in Ahmedabad and I am sitting in Bangalore, I'll be able to take control of the robot, move the robot remotely, sitting here over cloud, and I'll be able to take the robot remotely over to various passengers, and I'll be able to have a two-way conversation even with the passengers. So that is one use case which is one of our latest additions. So that is basically to add a sort of human intelligence to the already existing machine intelligence. So 80% of the questions the robot will be able to answer on a conversational basis. For the rest 20%, we are just augmenting the intelligence with a bit of a human intelligence. So that is the idea behind the fleet management. So this is basically the value proposition of the robot. One, like I told you, on a smart visitor management level, the robot will be able to smartly interact with the visitors, engage, educate, and entertain them. So a couple of other features like thermal screening to take the temperature of the people who are visiting, and autonomous navigation makes it a holistic experience for the visitors. So just going ahead, this is basically the customer experience. The robot greets the customer and then understands the customer requirement. In the third step, according to the customer requirement, the robot will be able to assist the visitor if it is with information or direction, or on an autonomous navigation level, if the robot requires the customer to take them to a particular point, he can do that. And along with this, we also give the fleet management. So on an autonomous navigation level, how it works is basically once the robot is deployed, say in the airport, our team will create a 2D map of the entire airport, and using LiDAR, the robot will be able to detect obstacles. So in the map itself, we'll give certain points like 3,5 will be the point of the Indigo check-in counter. So if a person comes in and asks the robot to take me to Indigo check-in counter, the robot will autonomously navigate the person to that coordinate. So that's how the autonomous navigation basically works. And while going, if a person is coming in front, the robot using its LiDAR will be able to detect it and then reroute itself or wait until the person passes. So that's the main customer experience that we are talking about. So use cases like we are told, like I have told, one is in BFSI, we have installed in it a lot of banks with chatbot integration. The robot will be able to do a multiple of things, including educating the people about various loan schemes or schemes in the banks, or two, it can act as a tele marketer also. Take the robot to get malls and place the robots there. It can interact with the customer, get their information, act as a lead generation tool. Like I told, in malls, airports, corporates, basically in the hospitality sector, we are very prominent. So the robot has ERP integrations also. For example, in the airport, if we have integrated with the third party live software, so that if a person wants a real time update of where the flight is, they just have to give their flight ID, and the robot will tell them how late the flight is, what time it is delayed. So it's sort of a wow factor, which has Google Dialogflow assets. So we use the Google Dialogflow assets, heart. So all the conversation is basically configured in the Google Dialogflow. So that's how it works in the smart visitor management. And apart from that, in a lot of brand activations in automobiles, retail showrooms, we are there in Volkswagen in Bangalore, in Audi showroom we are there, in MG Motors also we are currently in talks for deployment. So on a lot of brand activation level also, the robot will be used. Now this is a different feature that is for using computer vision. So basically we integrate computer vision with the cameras of the robot. So the robot will be able to detect a lot of things. For example, in Procter and Gamble, the robot, just like a tour operator, takes a tour of the facility every 1 hour, and it checks on the standard operating procedure. So if there is any anomaly from the standard operating procedure, then the robot can immediately raise an alert to the operator, who can come in and check it real time or through the robot. Likewise, currently, Inventor Robotics is expanding into the US, where they're in the geriatrics market, that is a senior living assisted living market. We are deploying our robots. So there, the robot performs two functions. One, it acts as a companion to the elderly people there, and two, using computer vision, the robot will be able to prevent and detect falls. So if it detects an elder falling, then the robot will be able to immediately send out a call to the uh, operator, or the caregiver, or the POC. So that's how it basically works on a computer vision model. These are just some pictures of the robot, and yeah, so that's on a gist of the company summary, which I wanted to share it to you. I'll just show you the robot and how it functions also before going taking the questions. Yeah, just give me 1 minute. Just checking whether I'm still audible. I'm still audible, right? Because I'm not even hearing a lot of noise from the other end. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and present my screen. Just 1 second.
Yeah, sure, sir.
So these here are the robots. We have three models available. One is a female version of the robots, that is Mitri, which we call as Mitri. So here we have it in three colors: pink, yellow, and blue. So the robot has, on its head, it has two eyes which blinks, and it can give also various expressions like a thinking face, a sad face, etc. It has two hands which can, shake hands if a person is coming in front of it. And the iPad is sort of an interface for the robot to, interact with the outside world. So the robot can work without an iPad as well, but it's sort of easier if we can, see what the robot is thinking in order to communicate it with it easier. So down we have a small gap. So this is where, if you see, we have a LiDAR. I'm not quite sure whether you're able to see, but we have a small LiDAR here, so it will be able to detect, obstacles while it is navigating autonomously. So this is the female form factor. The male form factor is not switched on, unfortunately. So this is what the male form factor looks like. So almost the same, as the female form factor. So in its ears, we also have, the speakers which can command the voice of a loud, audience. And also on the top, it has one additional 2D camera. So this is for the computer vision and for, the fleet management software, which we have enabled it for. So the robot, works like, once you, once a person is standing in front of the robot will be able to recognize the presence of a human using facial recognition technology, and it will initiate a conversation. So rather than the humans initiating a conversation, like usually which you see in Hey Alexa or something, here the robot will be able to initiate a conversation. And the main difference between, sort of a Alexa level and the humanoid robot, apart from the form factor, is the intelligence. So the robot will be, collecting all the interactions that is happening with the human. In the back end, it will be connecting all the interactions, and it will do analytics on that in the interaction, so that it can, improve on things which the robot was not able to. And if suppose the robot is not able to answer a question which is being asked quite frequently, then the robot will be able to, integrate it to its existing brain, so that in the next time it will be able to answer that. So likewise, if I am coming in front of the robot, the second time I come in front of the robot will be able to recognize me. So it will respond like, hi, hi Anuj, welcome back. Or even if I bought something in for Chroma retail, we are there. So if last time I had bought, a TV, So this time the robot will understand that the last time I had gone for TV, and it will give you personalized recommendation as well. So like, hi Anuj, you bought a TV last time. Do you want to add a Xbox to it? So such kind of personalized recommendations can also be given according to the intelligence. So that's how the intelligence functions, and the body is just a form factor to deliver the intelligence. So I'll just give you a brief demo on how the interaction works. So this is basically the airport use case which we are deploying in the Las Vegas event. So there we have a McCarran International Airport where we are doing a 5-day event next month. So that is what I'm going to basically show you. So like I told, when I go in front of the robot, it will take greet me and then take my temperature, and then it can assist me in various other functions also. I can just show you a 2 to 3 minute demo on how it works. Yeah.
Hi, welcome to McCarran International Airport, Las Vegas. May I know your name?
Anuj.
Hello Anuj, it is nice to meet you. Please wait while I check your temperature. Please take a step back and look into the camera. Optimal body temperature detected. How may I help you? Please choose from the following features.
Can I know the flight status?
Sure, please tell me your flight ID.
BA119.
The British Airways flight to London is on time and scheduled for 5:30 p.m. Can I assist you further?
Can you take me to the check-in counter?
Sure, please follow me. I can also help you to carry your bag.
So we have another form factor in which you can carry small items. So now the robot will give navigate to the check-in counter. So here we are given the check-in counter as a point in the office to test it out. So the robot will autonomously guide us there, and then basically, yeah, so that's how the autonomous navigation works. And then you can also go to other features like
Choose from the following
we have included other features like directions here. So restaurants we have integrated with, so to know the menu or know where the restaurant is, to give directions, etc. Apart from that, we have in the entertainment section lots of videos and quizzes that can be played. So in the quizzes also, we give offers according to the leadership score and leadership board. So that's how it basically works. And this is how the robot movement of the robot will be there. Yeah, so that is a small demo which I wanted to show you also. So any at this point, I think I am done with my presentation and the demo. So if you have any questions about this or anything you'd like to ask. Hello. Hello. Hello guys, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that was a demo which I wanted to show you. So any other questions or any questions you would like to ask me? Yeah. So I'll just wait for a couple of minutes in case you want to ask any questions about the same. If you have any doubts regarding any of the features or how it works basically. Yeah. So so yeah. So I guess you guys don't have any questions. I'm
Good day, sir. So we do have a few questions in the chat box. First one is, can it take any language commands, or is it specifically English?
Okay, so sorry, I didn't get open the chat box size. Yeah, so to answer that question, basically it can. The answer is whatever language is there in the Google speech synthesis, the robot will be able to take that. So right now in Hindi and English, we have fully configured it. But whatever is there in the Google STT will be able to take it. But only thing is that we'll have to train the NLP from scratch. So for example, if the language is in Thai, so we are currently doing a deployment in the Bangkok metro stations. So there there we'll have to train the language from the scratch to bring it up to an NLP level. For example, can you take me to the check-in counter can be told in 5 to 10 different ways, right? Can you take me to the check-in counter? Where is the check-in counter? Could you take me to the check-in counter? May I know where the check-in counter is? So all those different versions we'll have to train the robot to answer. So that is where the challenge is. So right now that is available in Hindi and English. But yes, whatever is available in Google STT, we'll be able to do it.
All right, sir. Also, this next question, that is, the robot must have Arduino in it, right? Or is what language is used to code it?
So we are using ROS robot operating software to code it. So most of the things are patented, and we use Python also as in the platform.
All right, sir. So the next question is, since Mitra is such a big name and humanoids are in so much of trend these days,
Yeah.
where do you think does the humanoid community stand in the next 20-25 years?
Yeah, so next 20-25 years would be a little too long to think about. Maybe in the next, we are expecting at least by 2030 we'll have a upscale in the market. So right now what the one of the main problems we are facing is every time a person sees a humanoid, people will think about Chitti and think about all the things that Chitti can do and expect such things from it. So we'll have to cut down on the expectations there with the customer expectations first of all, because a robot is on a at best maybe around say 20 to 30% of what City is. But having said that, we have been getting a lot of inquiries from especially from the hospitality sector to scale up. So I think that is where the main market is, and also we are slowly shifting into the US. But to answer your question, maybe we are expecting by 2030 we'll be able to place at least one robot in every retail store that is there, at least in Bangalore to start with.
All right, that's great, sir. Also, sir, with that, we come towards the end of this session. Thank you so much for giving your time and having Mitra on board with us for coming at Abhiyantriki 2021. We are extremely thankful to you and your entire team for arranging your report to be a part of Abhiyantriki 2021, and this surely will be a legacy to be maintained in all future years.
Absolutely.
Thank,
It's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you for the invitation.
thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure.
It is now time to reveal our next marvel. Meet Miko 3, a completely relatable and highly emotional robot. Every inch of Miko's tiny body is packed with technology created by robotics engineers, AI innovators, psychologists, and educators. It is one of the first robots that has the most pleasant aura and knows how to connect with kids. It's curious, expressive, and surprisingly empathetic. So, right from the CEO's office, with a huge round of applause, please welcome Miko.
Life in every possible way. More than 90% parents globally have witnessed the key role played by technology in the pandemic for the education and entertainment of their kids. I'm Sneha Vaswani, co-founder and CEO at Miko. We have invested over 6 years of rigorous research and development on how can technology play a positive role in all-round holistic development of the child. Leveraging cutting-edge robotics and AI, we introduced Miko 1 in 2017 and Miko 2 in 2019. With the immense success seen across 140 plus countries, we are proud to present our latest flagship product, Miko 3.
I am like my predecessors, technology that is lifelike. I am experiential and interactive. With over 20 sensors that help me move and interact. I can detect edges, avoid obstacles, and fluidly maneuver my way around. I am not just technology that answers your questions. I do it with some crazy moves. Yes, I know salsa, jazz, and contemporary. I am a robot with a personality. I am emotionally intelligent. I understand when the child is sad. I try to cheer them on bad days and celebrate good ones with song and dance. I grow along with the child and learn their mannerisms to become a better friend, because that is who I am. I am also an edutainer. I come equipped with an ever-evolving library of content by global giants like Viacom and Oxford, and in multiple formats like audio-visual, gesture-based, mixed reality, and more. Over 100 apps in more than 12 genres. I joined the Miko family of products, being extremely high on engagement, with continued usage up to 10th month of purchase, providing consistent nutritive value to my user.
You see, every app, every game has been specifically designed by educationists and child psychologists, keeping engagement, education, and security in mind. Oh, did I mention all the data on your Miko are end-to-end encrypted, ensuring maximum privacy. We also believe that the reins of a child's learning journey should lie in the hands of the parents, and so they can personally control what their children experience on their robot. They also receive regular detailed reports of their kids' progress by means of the Miko app on their mobile phone. Thank you so much.
Now for the final exhibition. Coming to us all the way from Japan is Mr. Tetsuji Katsuda's Robot Band, paying tribute to the grand success of what Abhiyantriki 2021 is.
Hi, I'm Tetsuji Katsuda from Kyoto, Japan. I have many robots here in my studio. I'm very honored to show these musical robots at the event of Abhiyantriki. Thank you.
Now is the time when we bid our farewell to Abhiyantriki 2021. The resurging spirit witnessed this year was beyond anyone's expectations. This was our first attempt at organizing a semi-virtual event, and we are hopeful that you like the efforts taken by us in order to bring this event to life. As we approach the culmination of these marvelous events at Abhiyantriki 2021, I would like to take opportunity and thank the backbone of this breathtaking effort, our outstanding sponsors. First and foremost, we are in great deal of gratitude to our title sponsor, CTS Tech. We are elevated to partner with Geeks for Geeks, our coding partner, Coding Blocks, our programming partner, Imperial Overseas, our education partner, Firebird Eyewear, our eyewear partner, Egghead.io, our community partner, Easy Shiksha, our online course partner, V2A Watches, our accessories partner, Epion Designs, our tech accessories partner, High Technologies, our technology partner, Ediquist Technology, our workshop partner, Soundcore, our accessories partner, Choti Si Asha, our handcraft partner, Juno's Pizza, our pizza partner, and Mood Agent, our music partner. As we end this grand technical festival, we display immense deal of gratitude towards everyone who supported us throughout this entire fest. We thank Shri Samir Somaya Sir, the Chancellor of Somaya Vidya Vihar University, our beloved Principal Dr. Shubha Pandit Ma'am, the Registrar of Somaya Vidya Vihar University, Dr. Nand Kumar Gilke, the Vice Principal of our college, Dr. Aminayak Sir, our beloved Associate Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Sudha Gupta Ma'am, and our Joint Associate Dean of Student Affairs, Vandana Satam Ma'am. We would also like to extend our vote of thanks towards Dr. Manish Pote, the entire administration office, the Clean Tech, ODS, Somaya Data Center, and the website development team. I request our Associate Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Sudha Gupta Ma'am, to come on the stage and share a few heartfelt words.
So now we reach to the end of our 2 days technical festival Abhiyantriki 2021. In the past 2 days at Abhiyantriki 2021, we had one of the most amazing lineups, starting from BRC at the inauguration ceremony to the India's first completely made of the West humanoid robot, Shalu robot, followed by super innovative Hindustan Aeronautical Limited at the Tech Expo, and then one of the most relevant economist, Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, and that marks the end of the day at Abhiyantriki 2021. For day 2, we started with one of the best scientists in India, Shri A S Kiran Kumar Sir, former chairperson of ISRO. We then had NMRL, DRDO for the next major tech expo, followed by the panel session on cryptography. The closing ceremony witnesses the presence of the robots. Just now we had a robot band also. Along with this, parallelly we had the various activities done by our the department technical team. So let me thanks to our management and the principal, Dr. Shubha Pandit Madam, for their continuous support and guidance to make Abhiyantriki 2021 a successful event. I appreciate the effort taken by each and every team member of Student Council and organizing committee members. I see the effort the team taken by throughout, right from the planning of the event to implementation stage. I have seen the effort. See, they have not seen day and night. I am witness of that. So this is we can say, outcome of their effort. So Abhiyantriki 2021, it is a memorable one. I also thanks. This is not we can say it is least the last, but all the students, those who have participated in this Abhiyantriki 2021. So once again, a very congratulations to the entire team of the organizing committee, the entire student council member, for smooth conduction of today's festival. And with this, I now declare Abhiyantriki 2021 closed. Thank you.